Hey YouTube, how is it going? I hope all is well. I'm sorry, this one was kind of a little impromptu, even for me. I tried to be ready in time, and needless to say, I was looking for something that I sat down and for whatever reason forgot where I sat it down. But this little guy right here, we're gonna play with this, not in this episode, but in some other episode. But this doesn't belong to me, and it's not exactly a cheap toy. So, hey, what's going on, Offset? Good to see you. But it's not exactly a cheap toy, so I was a little worried when I couldn't find it right away. As you may or may not be able to tell, I'm a little bit tired, a little bit beat up. It's been a long couple of weeks, not only for both work, but home life and all that fun stuff. There's been a lot going on, so needless to say, I did get some things done. I did find out what size resistors I needed to go with for the bias circuit, so I did complete the bias circuit. You can see I've got the little ground wire just sitting here ready to go. We've got the effects loop poking out right here, so our job is going to be to get that in today. You can see I've got the metallurgy kind of done. We'll talk a little bit more about that, and then of course the amp in and of itself. I did one other modification to this thing just to make it a little bit brighter, but other than that, we've kept it pretty simple. It required very little modification to get it where it's currently at. And the one thing that I did was just to make it so it was just a smidge brighter. Instead of cutting bass out, I just let some more highs flow through is more or less what I did. I do apologize. I have the laundry kind of going right now as well, but it's not going to be of much incident because here in a moment, we're going to kind of get to where we're at currently. So I'm just going to do my little commentary thing. But for now, I'm going to set this aside. We're going to set that back here so it's on the ready. And I'm going to pull up a chair and I'm going to open up my Dr. Pepper. Don't worry, if things get out of control, I've got some backup. This episode is going to be a little bit longer. Mainly because there's still a lot to do. And excuse me while I do some back end work here real quick that I should have been more on top of. All right, what do we got? Let me change this view up here. Once it connects, it's doing its thing. Hold on just a second. It'll come. It will come. All right, we're gonna go to here because it's all about this guy. It's a little crooked at the moment, but that's all right. We're just gonna be down here for a little bit. So just to kind of preface a few things, I have been out here every night for the last 2 weeks doing something of some sort to get the cabinet done. So lots and lots and lots going on in that regard. However, it's one of those types or sort of things where if I were to have gone live, I kid you not, there would be 2 weeks of just 2-hour-long videos. I'm not trying to turn this into a 30-part series. So what I did was I did like progress reports, if you will, and that's more or less what we're going to see right now. So I'm just going to talk over it a little bit and let you kind of watch what's going on. It's a pretty long segment, but here's what's been going on. Here. All right, and then a few minutes later, we have the veneers cut out. So as you can see, clearly
it's either going to work or it isn't.
We were seeing out some veneers.
On this one. We're just going to run the nameplate real quick. This should actually go pretty quick. I want to check this out. So I'm not even going to turn the motor or the vacuum on.
I got kind of lucky with this one.
Let's
actually.
See what we get here.
This is the fascia piece.
This should go pretty quick. I'll actually run it twice even,
and it just worked. And yes, I'm aware I'm not visible in the lower left corner. That's okay.
And that was it.
So I actually run this twice.
So I'm going to run it twice just because. So I'm going to go back to work 0. I like going to work 0 every time. It's just guaranteed. You know that it's going to start.
And to the 4 of you that are currently here,
rewind G code. So I'll show you.
I know this is probably not going to be interesting, but this is just kind of like the progress report. Trying to show you I've actually been doing something.
Just to make sure. And then we'll hit cycle start here. Right,
and kind of show you the progress to where we're getting at.
And so thank you for coming down here and run.
I appreciate that. Now the reason I run it twice is you can kind of see all the little fuzzies inside of the L there.
But what it'll actually do is
this actually kind of cleans it up and just makes it a little bit, you know, so I don't have to go in there with the another tool to clean it up. So it does a pretty good job for me with that. Oh yeah.
Blam,
I'm feeding
just
back.
like that. I mean, it took all of a minute and 30 seconds to do that.
Do you mean
All right,
I'm
here
feeding
we are
back
with
like
the
you can
last
hear
step. We're just gonna hit go
this
and hope for the best.
and me at the same time?
This one will take a couple
delay.
of shots.
Weird. Okay.
By that I mean it's gonna go around a couple times.
Shouldn't be any delay. We've only got one source opened up.
And it's gonna make a freaking mess. I don't have the vacuum on.
Yeah, please do, my man. I know everybody's got stuff to do.
Nice.
Sunday
Went over the edge.
on Memorial Day weekend, so I wasn't expecting a heck of a lot of a crowd today. This stuff stinks, by the way. I don't know what it is about this acrylic. I'm talking about it in here, but
damn, this stuff stinks too. So this is acrylic, but it's a different kind of acrylic. It's cast as opposed to the rolled, and it stinks.
and then I dipped it.
I went a little deep on that one.
Okay, no, good.
Deeper than I wanted to.
I didn't change
anyway.
anything, so maybe there's a little bug going on in the system. All right.
So with the you can
And then
just
it goes
see
around
there,
one more
that's the
time, and then you get to
Z-axis,
watch it tag
thing
that
to,
freaking
you
little
know, set the
chunk of
Z-axis
plastic
height.
there in the left again.
And if you press
I got
down
lucky.
on
I should have removed
you
it while I
can
was at
kind
this
of
point, but
get
I
the
don't know what I was
height to
thinking.
adjust a little bit.
I'm a little upset with
I
myself,
pushed
though. I
down
did
on
cut
it,
into
I
my
wanted it
waist
to go a
board.
little bit lower. We are cutting into my waist board, which is okay. That's, you know, just how it goes.
Good thing I don't care about that piece.
Alright, here we are doing the back.
So this is the back board here, or the back panel, if you will.
Works or not. I have it running slow just in case.
Oh, cool. Yeah, exactly, and that's what I did with this one too. It's engraved from the back side.
So I'm using two different bits to do this one
It
here.
looks super sick when you do it that way. I recently found something though that I'm kind of interested in trying. I'm gonna see if there's a way to do it. I think it would be cool to etch the plastic as opposed to engrave it. So I'm gonna see if there's a way to do that. But I'm working on that one. So I kind of got lucky on this piece here. I went through with an 1/8 inch bit. Now an 1/8 inch bit is just wide enough to do this whole thing. I was gonna go back and do it with a 1/16 inch bit. I did not have to. On my CNC software, it showed that I'd have like this little itty bitty sliver of material left right in the middle along the long arch there of the L. And I got lucky. It managed to, you know, take it out. So what I did was an inside-outside profile on this. I didn't actually do... Hey, what's going on? We got Riley in the house.
Alright, and after a few minutes, we have...
Good to see you, my man.
an inlay, more or less.
So yeah, this came out beautifully.
Tiny little chip out
Except
right
for
there.
that.
I'm not too
that kind of
excited
bums me
about
out a little
that,
bit.
but
That's
it
the
will be
downer to
kinda
working
hidden
with wood,
in
though.
this piece here.
You won't really see it, though.
Now you can kind of see what we're going for. I dare
Got
not
one of
push
the
that in
sexiest
anymore,
men in the
though,
world
otherwise
right
I'm going to
here.
be drilling a hole in the back of this in order to push this thing out.
So
I got this thing set up so you see that line across the top there?
It's
Like
a real
that top little
show.
bit right
It's
there?
a real show.
That right there is about what will be sticking out. I made it so it would stick out by about a 32nd of an inch. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sand this piece, get it all finished. So we will make this thing a finished
This thing came out
piece
so
first.
beautiful, too, by the
Once
way.
it's finished, I will take this guy and put it in.
Third handsomest
And
man
the
in the
hope is
village.
that we won't have any squeeze out or any problems with the glue.
I don't
on
understand
this
how
thing.
I'm still
And
not top of the
debating whether or
list,
not I'm
though.
gonna use
I know
super glue
I'm married and all, but
or
that doesn't
maybe
mean
like
anything.
an epoxy or
Brad
something
Pitt
like
got to
that.
be the sexiest
I kind
man
of feel
alive.
like
Why
I need
can't I be?
something rubbery, like silicone or something like that. So I'm gonna do some research.
To the
on
9
how
of
to
you that are
attach
here now,
metal
thank you all
to
for coming
wood
in. I
and
appreciate
make
you.
a more permanent bond.
We're just
but
kind of
also
doing
make it
a
so that I
progress
know
report.
It's not going to be something that is
There was no way
prone
on
to
Earth
heat,
I was going to be able
damage,
to do multiple
prone
videos of all
to
this. because each
vibration.
the last 2 weeks I've just been out here doing a couple hours,
feel like
about 3 to 4 hours a night.
Use like a gel,
thereabouts.
Either a gel
and
type, super glue or
yeah,
a more
it's
flexible
just
bond,
the only way to
super glue.
the only way to make
some
this
research
all
on
happen
that,
in
but
one
for
video
now,
is to just chop
I
it up
need
into
to
many
finish
little
this back
videos
piece up.
and then
I
do
already
it this
did
way.
fit this thing,
So we're live
so it will
watching
fit in the back
progress
of
being
this guy
made.
here. You can also see I did
And making
cut those
myself
out. I got
dizzy.
some more
Holy
work
hell.
to do on those still. I'm a little bummed. We'll explain that later, but there you have it. We're at the fun part again, where we get to huff more.
We get to huff more paint.
In either case, so I've got obviously all the pieces.
I got a treat coming up for you guys here in a little bit too. So stick around.
So I kind of biffed it.
I think this whole segment here is about 40 minutes, something like that.
I had to go with
just
veneer.
forewarning you. We're only about what 5 minutes deep, 10 minutes deep.
Basically, I need 9-inch wide material to do the inside of the cabinet. So the only thing I could find that
so
had
I'm
a
actually
walnut
quite impressed with that veneer.
That size.
Thank you,
was,
sir. I
of course,
appreciate
this
that
stuff
offset.
here, which is more like plywood.
This
So it's got a thin
veneer
veneer on it, but even that wasn't thick enough, so I had to put another
really is
8-inch
actually
thing
quite
on the back.
nice. It's
So
a
these
pretty,
pieces
it's a
here are
real piece of
extremely
wood.
rigid
Now the only
because
thing
it's
that
like
sucks is
multi-laminate
what I had mentioned
plywood.
before
You
was
can
that
see
you know I
Can you
can't
even see it?
find
Can't barely see it.
9-inch
There's the seam right
sections of
there.
walnut.
So, in either case,
This one here is
these
still
are fit,
butt
ready to
jointed.
go.
You
I've
can't really
sanded them
see it because
down
they did a
to
good job,
220.
but on that
You don't need to go any
side
higher
panel
than
there,
that.
you can kind of see the little
220
V
is
shape that they
obviously you wanna
have.
just make sure
It's
you get
only
all the scratches out.
8 inch
That's the big
sections
thing.
of
And then you'll need a
veneer,
brush
and then
like
they just
that, you know,
lap
any
it
kind of
over,
brush
so they
really, but
bookmark
you just
it
want to get
or
all the
book.
dust out. 'Cause
I don't know
like
whatever
seeing
they call
the
it,
grain
where they
if you
book
focus.
match
See
it.
how you can see the
Excuse me,
grain?
yeah.
I like being able to see the grain.
But right
So,
there, that's where the seam is on
I
that
use
one.
this to clear out the dust.
So they did a
that
really
gets
good
in
job with that. You can't really tell. And then
if
I
you
put
have
the
a wife
seam
that
at the
likes
front, so
Persol,
it's a little more difficult to tell because
Persol or
the
whatever
way you got to
it's
look
called.
up in there.
Save these tops. These are great little tools. And I like the Danish oil. Obviously, you can finish it with whatever you like. But this Danish oil, the Watco stuff here is nice. There's two reasons why I
Book
like
match,
it.
yeah.
First and foremost, it's the closest you can get to like a boiled linseed oil finish without having to wait 5 weeks or
Hello,
6
nurse.
weeks time for it to finish setting. This
Wife
stuff here, I
came
can
in.
put it on today, and probably by tomorrow,
I have no
this
idea.
stuff will be ready to actually be touched.
Tone Priest, what's going on, my
what's
man?
also nice
Good to see
about
you.
it is its quick application. So you get on a nice, thick, fat, heavy coat.
Okay.
It soaks in.
Tell you what.
And then you wait about 5 or 10
Lamb.
minutes, making sure that no spots are wet. Or
We're not
dry,
worried about
excuse me.
that
You
kind
wanna
of stuff.
Fill the wet spots, dry spots. You want to fill the dry spots. And then after about 5 or 10 minutes,
Don't worry
you
about
wipe
him
it all
offset.
down.
You
and
guys
then
are blue,
put
by the
on
way,
a
so if
second
there's
coat.
any kind of
And
that weird.
second coat is generally the last coat, and this literally takes like 20
Howdy,
minutes to do.
pleasure, man. Thank you for coming in. I know you
Almost
got
as
better
fast
things
as
to
you
do.
can put this stuff on,
I've been
it's
watching
ready
some of
for
your
you to
videos
start
too. I
wiping
like that
back
little
off.
train wreck. Is it the
And then
train
you do
wreck
the
one that
same
you did?
thing
I know
the
you did some
second
stuff with the
time. So you put on
Soldano, but
another,
I thought there was
lighter
another one that
coat,
you
but
did that
want to
was
make sure that the surface looks
pretty
wet.
awesome. I like that.
And then you wait about
No,
5 or
no,
10
it was the
minutes, and
Soldano.
then you
There was
wipe
another
it
guy
off.
that was
You
doing a
wanna
train
wipe
wreck
it
style
with your
build.
blue towel
But
or whatever it is
you
wanna use
were
until it's dry.
checking out
It'll
the
almost look like
parallel
this again,
triode.
except darker. So in
see
either case,
here.
I'm going to go ahead and do that, and then we'll come back. Obviously, you don't need to watch me.
Oh.
So see you in a few. All right, so this
Yeah,
is just
dude,
after
I'd
the
love
first coat
to
here. When
to
I
do
mean
that.
flooded, I
I'm
mean
not
kinda
that fortunate.
flooded on
Send
that.
cut send for
Now,
the win
this is
on that
veneer,
one,
so
but
it's going to act a little bit
it is what it
different
is.
than real wood.
SLO,
it is
yeah.
real wood, but actual.
I was gonna leave you a
things of
little
wood, so normally it
trick
would suck
for
up a little
the
bit more.
for
This one
the
seems to be holding pretty good at the surface.
for the parallel
so we're just gonna
triode,
wait a
if
few
you will.
minutes and then we'll go back
So
and
the
wipe this
cathode
down,
resistor
and we'll put a
is
second coat on. I think
highly
the second
important
coat
in the
obviously is
parallel
gonna be enough,
triodes.
but you can kinda see why I like
So
that.
play
I
with
like
that
this.
value a
It literally
bit.
took,
Whereas
3-4
750,
minutes to get to this. Now,
the 750 ohm is, you know, center biased, if you will. Don't be afraid to go down to as low as 2.2. And then for the plates, I think you, I can't remember what value you went with, but you can go up to 220K for the plates. And I just tie both plates together. I don't use separate resistors for them, but play with any value. 68K works really well. But you can go up as high as 220 or 330. The higher you go up, though, I think the lower you're going to want to go on the cathode resistor. But the way it works with the parallel triode is you use the cathode resistor for the feel, not so much for the bias, but for the feel. And then you use the
be
the
super
plate
heavy,
resistors just to
you can
set
see
the
now
drive
how
that you're going to get out of it.
a little bit more with the
Oh, sweet, dude.
with the blue. So in your case, I'll come back.
I did not end up cooling down the cathode a bit. I tuned it
so
nicely.
this is
Okay,
just
cool.
after applying the second
Yeah,
coat.
no, it's
Now, what
I
you
like
should notice about the
2.2K.
second
Kind of
coat
works
is that
really
it just
well.
goes on a little bit easier.
But it just depends on what you're
and it
going for.
floats
If you
on
want
the
it to be a
surface
little
a little bit
stiffer,
more.
1.5K works really
It's
well.
a little bit different with
I
this
have found that
material
once you
here.
get above
Seems like it
1.5K,
sucks in
it
about the same
starts
no matter
to me
what.
not being so
There's
natural
a
anymore.
glue layer underneath
Because I
it,
like
so I don't
using
think
at least
it's gonna suck all that
100K
much
for the
more
plates,
it was probably
which is
pretty
double
good on
the
the
amount
first,
that you probably
first
need
try,
for center
What I'm
bias.
going
But
to do is let this
1.5
set for
and
about 10 minutes, like I said, and then
100K
we'll
for the
wipe it all off.
for a
and
parallel
that'll be
triode works really well as just like a good
all
starting
right,
point.
And we're basically done. Now we just wait. So I waited about 5-10 minutes.
So
whatever it
this
was.
isn't. I haven't gone to it yet, but this looks amazing in
You
this
can almost feel it like there's
in this state right now. But I did end up going with the darker walnut.
You don't want it to be dry when you put it on. You want it to be, or when you peel it off, you want it to be still wet.
The darker walnut just definitely brought it to.
A bit. But
yeah,
another thing
this
that you gotta
Wattco
look
stuff is
for
pretty
after you
decent. I
completely
love
wipe it
this
down
this
is any wet
finish.
spots. Now I didn't leave
This
a wet
Danish
spot,
oil
but
is just the
if you
best
notice
finish
any
I've come
spot where it
across.
starts
It does
to
a
heat
really
back
good
up and
job
look
at
like
just
there's
creating a
coating
nice
there,
solid surface.
that
You know,
will
a protected
harden that
surface.
way, and that means
You
that
can
shiny
get it
spot will
wet,
be
and
there.
just as long as you wipe it off
I
right
don't
away,
really
it doesn't
see
seem
any
to
on
bother
here.
it.
It should look just about like the
It's
way
easy to
gonna look
repair.
now.
If you need to
after
repair
you're
it,
done
you just
wiping it
slap
down.
another coat on. You know, you can brush it with some
The sheen
some
will
you know
soften up a little
quadruple
bit
lot steel
later
wool,
on.
rub
doesn't
it down,
look
and
quite as
then
shiny
throw
in
another
real
coat
life,
on,
but,
and
you know,
it
does
just
kinda look
brand
shiny
new.
on the camera here, but,
And yeah,
this is about what
24
it's gonna look
hours
like,
you can
so
play with this stuff
there you
again.
have it.
I mean, it only takes a few
we'll wait
hours to be able to
24 hours
handle
before
it,
we really
perhaps.
handle this stuff.
But
Get that one
yeah,
glued in
within
first,
24 hours,
make sure it's in
you're able to
place.
just handle it
And
like
then
your
I'll
own
put the
little
mirror
brat.
in after
Like,
the fact.
you can do whatever you want to it.
So I'll put this piece in first, and then I'll put the mirror in.
It dries
and then
really,
we'll
really
put the
fast.
sides
This is
in.
nice.
Fun stuff. All right, take care. Nothing has really changed.
Tongue oil
all
takes
that
forever.
much,
And
but
then
did
I
go
love
over this with the
BLO,
darker
boiled
Danish
linseed
I
oil.
decided to go
Oh,
with
there's
dark
no
walnut.
finish better that looks
natural
no
was a
finish
nice
better than boiled
sheen,
linseed
a
oil.
nice color,
But it's not as
but it
protected
didn't
as this stuff,
contrast quite
and
as
it takes
starkly with
eons to dry.
with the blue as
So
I
this
wanted
is
it
the
to,
closest
so I
I
went
have
over with the
found
darker stuff to try to get just a
to
little more-
boiled linseed
little more
oil in terms
contrast.
of the softness
I
of the
have
finish and
mirror
all that
cut
jazz,
ready to go
and dries
inside
within a
of the
reasonable
cabinet
period
here.
of time.
Back piece here is also drying off.
So this is after putting the dark color on.
Front edge of these
I didn't
guys
realize how
here.
much I was moving. I'm making
Obviously,
myself dizzy.
because they need to be
Sorry.
somewhat the
It'll
same
start to
color.
calm down here a
Now
little
you
bit,
can
I
see
think.
what happens when you got some glue.
I didn't end up going with felt on the bottom of those. I might look and see if I can find some 16th inch felt.
The other part
I have
of
some
what I'm
1/8
gonna
inch
do
felt,
tonight,
but
although this is the wrong way, is get the cables, you know, the wire ran, and get the LEDs kind of put together. Because that's the other task for tonight.
I tested
Also
the
that.
electronicals in there too. That's all
As we
working.
keep
There's the back
on
piece.
moving on,
Oh,
this
that
is
looks so
the
beautiful.
back side here, obviously.
It
So
came
we
out
got
really
our
good.
first coat on there right now, and you can see the difference between the two.
And then I go and see how
wish I
pretty it
could
is
leave
right
it
now.
like
Watch
this.
this.
I
I was like
almost could,
instantly
but
fork it
I know
up.
that won't fly, but I'm actually seeing a spot right here. I just need to add some too. There was just one.
Riley, that cab of yours is looking good, man. What did you end up using to glue that stuff in? Out of curiosity.
It was nice looking.
It looks like it's a varnish of some sort.
Obviously, that
Thank
is
you, Tone
where the
Priest. I
aluminum
appreciate
piece is
that.
gonna go. Sorry here. In any case, I put a little bit too much of a drop in there.
You're never
but
going to see any of that, of
you
course,
get
so
it.
it doesn't matter what I put in
In
there.
either case, yeah, this is going to be a gorgeous, gorgeous chunk back here. Now this is
I'm really interested, Riley, because you did a good job. I like how you cut out the back
and then, of
too
course,
for
the
the air
piece, which
vented air
is
pocket or whatever
here.
in the shape of the
It's going to sit
whatchamacallit?
that space there, so you can see
the
how
print
that's just gonna
pattern or
pop.
whatever that was on there.
So.
Can't remember what that shape is
I guess
called.
I just
It's
hurry
not
up and huff more
like a
paint.
chevron
Yay!
or whatnot.
All right,
And then this is it
after
finished.
Literally a few
But, oh
minutes.
yeah.
Here is the chunk. That is it.
There's just
right
nothing
there.
like
we are going to
walnut.
let that dry.
I love
of course.
walnut.
I will try to go back and clean some of that up later. I'm waiting on the epoxy. I decided I'm not going to super glue it or silicone, although silicone would probably
And I
work
did
pretty
end
good
up
too,
I'm
but
going to go with a super glue gel.
I'll see when the time comes. but
The gel,
I have
I did
some
a test
epoxy on the
piece,
way.
and no joke, it was
high-grade
like
stuff,
it
so
was
we will epoxy
not
this
coming
guy
out.
in,
I only
now
did
you
like a
kinda see
small
what
little
the
section.
idea is behind it.
Nobody wants white
yeah,
walnut.
this is a
True,
beautiful
very
chunk
true.
of wood, and
Although
we're just gonna
I
let
was
that
going for a good
dry,
contrast, and the
see you all in a
light
bit.
colored walnut it was beautiful. But here's the special treat I got for you guys. So this is my dad's '69 Mustang. It's not quite finished yet. Oh yeah. No, it's not an insult. So this thing here has got about 640 horsepower is what we're suspecting. That's what all the stuff says, and he won first place in his very first show with it for work in progress. So I got this car. I didn't get this car. My father got this car when I was a kid, about 30 years ago. Finally getting back on the road. He hadn't quite gotten it finished yet. Entered it into this car show. Won first place for his class on his first show. Congrats to my dad. I'm gonna be quiet for a moment. My dad was taking it easy, obviously. It is impressively quiet inside of that car, considering how loud it is outside.
Yeah, I'm parked more in front of the school. But... I don't know, I should turn off the windows.
My dad has all kinds of fun little toys in here. It's got a dual clutch, a dual disc clutch. It's naturally aspirated and carbureted. He did not go with fuel injection on this thing. And it is a 4-speed. So he's got the rock crusher, I think is what they call it in there.
Oh, right. So
yeah, it's so nice to get that thing back on the road. I'll get some more video of that, and we'll show it in some other stuff. But
I have the LEDs back behind there. The electronicals are ran. I'm not going to bother showing you. It's pretty self-evident what's going on there. I can't test it right now, although I have tested it, and it appears to do what it needs to do. I have selected a form of dimming.
Vehicles have been in my life
into it,
since I was a kid.
we'll
when I was 1 year of age, I was peeling engines apart. I already knew what lefty loosey, righty tighty was.
Down in there. And then of course this is our little thing right here. So yeah, the cool thing is
color the cab after the dice.
Plate will go over the top of it. You'll probably see about that much of all that. And there's just be a little hole that goes around that where you can fit the little thing in. This
I don't know
does
why I'm
fit
having
just
such a tough time explaining this part right here. I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit.
And the handle on at the very end.
Oh, look at that! Isn't that gonna be
I have
sexy?
decided what I'm
That's
gonna
gonna
use.
look so freaking good.
Gel,
We're gonna do that here in a
super glue.
minute.
The gel super glue is flexible enough, and I did a little test section on this thing, and you'll notice we got a couple extra little guitars over here. We got some more coming up with that. these pieces are done, except for
I did
need
get
to shorten
a
them
little gift
bit.
guitar.
Let me tell you
And then I
about how
have my friend's
frustrating
guitar,
it is
but
when you
look
don't
at that.
always have all the parts at the
Oh
same time.
my god.
So obviously I had the
You guys
amp
haven't seen this
away.
much of it
getting
yet, really.
bludgeoned to death for a couple weeks with my friend Michael, who's
And no, it
an
wasn't
electrical
intentionally
engineer.
done
We
after
talked
the
about it
dice.
before. But in either case, his job is usually to test these things, give me some feedback, and tell me what the strengths, the weaknesses,
Contest canceled, dude.
and
Tone
all that
Priest, this
are,
thing is
as well as
absolutely
try to break the thing.
amazeballs. You have
he
no
runs
freaking
all
idea.
of his amps into a
Whoever wins it is.
what do you call it?
I mean, it might not
Like
be
a
your
load
flavor
box
of
type
amp.
setup. And
You might not
he was
like the
running
way it
this thing
sounds,
pretty
but
hot.
it gets a
So,
lot of
you know,
gain. It
even though it's not really
does
meant to be
true
ran that way,
clean
that's the way he was doing
to
it. So
freaking
this
mean.
thing was
I'm
putting some
not
work
going to say
in.
it does
So that's
metal.
good. We know this thing is well broken in. So
An extra
finished
guitar,
some
you'll
stuff
see.
on the
I'm not going to do
cabinetry.
it this
We have not
episode,
put the
but I
mirror in
have
yet.
an extra
You'll notice
guitar.
that.
I got a
But
guitar
you
that
finally get to see the front side of this thing and what it
defines
kind of looks like with all
the
stuff in it. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. We're going to take
the
that
nature
off at
of
the very
Play
end.
Authentic.
But you can see that I did put this front bar in. That is some of the work that I have done. I didn't really show all that,
But
there's
I
some of
got
the
a
work.
gift guitar.
I have
So somebody gave me a
drilled,
gift,
cut,
and then I have
fit all the bars.
my
You can
buddy's
even see
guitar.
where
I
some
got
of
him.
the fitment
I got my
marks
buddy
are.
Brian a guitar for his birthday.
This chassis right now
And he
is
immediately
almost
gave it back to
literally
me so I
held in
can
just by these two bars. on
check
the
it out
front.
and
the
do some video work of
hold
it.
on.
We
Bear
might
with
not
me.
do that on
thing
this
is quite
video,
heavy.
but
So yes, I
we'll
have
see.
put in the back side as well. Let me tell you, that was a brat and a half.
it might be.
To give you some context
might
on
be.
why it was
It's
a
a
brat
different
and a half,
kind of
this thing
distortion.
here is going
I don't
into
know, it's
about a
heavy.
quarter-inch
It's heavy
thick
enough to be
chunk
heavy.
of what's left of this after
It's
routing
not
out
very
both the front
marshally,
and
if
the
you
back.
ask me. It's a
Make
little bit
sense?
tighter than that. It's
I
not
hope
as
that makes sense.
squishy in that
So
regard.
in either case, yes, it is
but
quite.
it is a really cool. It is a cool
There's not a
sound.
lot
I don't know. It's
to
tough
work
to
with,
say.
and I'm putting screws
But it does
up
true
in
clean
there,
and true
as
me.
you can kind of see. So you can see here that we've had some
Dude,
of them
that back
actually
panel
poke
made
out
me
the other
freaking
side
work.
there. So we had
You
to
have
do
no
some,
idea.
you know, filling up of the holes and then trying to reshoot the screws and yet still get it so it's square and fits nice and tight like on my chassis. And you can see it does. Sorry, I know that's going to make
Fits
you
in there
dizzy.
barely.
But you can see it fits quite nice and tight. I installed this because this is
All right, we're gonna move
extremely
forward just a
stiff.
little bit here.
And by the time that gets glued in
The
there,
polite train
which
rack
it
with a
does
dash.
fit quite nice.
It is. That's pretty much what it
In
is.
fact-
Actually, that's a good
In
explanation
fact,
of
does.
it.
Oh my god! did you see
Because
that?
that's
It
more
just
or less what it
right
is.
on
In
there.
essence,
That's more or less what it's gonna
the
look like,
front end
except
of
for
this thing
imagine
is
a-
very
an
much train
aluminum
wreck.
L there, right?
And then it's
legacy.
got a little bit of the Soldano kind of
All right, so
charm
moving back
to it,
around
if
to
you
the
will.
front side. So
Or not Soldano, excuse me,
where I
Dumble
was getting
charm
at with
to
some
it.
of the challenges of not having the amp around
But-
is that I didn't actually measure
Correct,
what
is
this
G plus
thing
one.
was before I sent it off.
Very
I know
true.
that I
Very
ordered
true,
an
Steven.
8 by 17 inch
This is
chassis,
never
so
enough.
I would assume it's
That's what the
8
wife
inches
always
deep
says. How many
by
guitars do you
17
need?
inches
All
wide.
of them.
It is exactly 17 inches wide,
Yes.
so that part was nailed. It is just shallow of 8 inches deep, which means by the time I put my two
I was able to make it
faceplates
work
on,
though. Let me
front
tell
and
you, I was
back,
able to make it work.
those are 1/16 of an inch. So that means I should have
32nd of an inch
1/8
isn't too hard to make up,
inches.
apparently.
Those
So I
things
ended up
there
just
are,
shaving one of those
you know,
down.
CNC'd out to
There was
8
just
and
enough
1/8 inches. Well, it
room
turns
in the
out they're
back
about
that I
a
could squeeze it all in there.
32nd and the
So-
back plate, which I have behind me. Don't worry about it. I need to shave those down about a
Did
third.
I thought I fast forwarded here.
Let's see here. Yeah, you can see my dirty laundry.
So you can kind of see how that thing is just
So
a
that's gonna
monolith
fit there
in
like that. And
Just
the
one more, honey.
objective is that the board will
The way I
just
sell it is,
touch
hey, baby,
this.
I
want
need
the
another
face
guitar.
of the board.
But it's going to be a forever
The
guitar. It's
veneer
not one
that
I'm going
goes
to
in there
trade
to be
or
flush with
not
the face
play. You
of
know what I mean?
this.
It's going to be forever.
There's going to be
guitar.
about a 16th
Okay,
of an inch of
baby.
a gap right here between the veneer and the amplifier.
I
And the
came up with
objective
something
behind that is that if
really,
you
really
turn this
clever
thing upside
for
down,
that side panel
you've
over
got
there.
enough clearance up there.
More or
about
less,
a quarter of an
it's
inch
in there. It ain't going
that
nowhere.
When you turn this amp
But,
upside down, it will fall
I
into.
used some magnets and
It
some
will
finishing
fall
nails,
into
and
the
I was
side
able to make it so
veneers,
it won't go
and
nowhere.
then you can just pull it
It's
out.
going to be beautiful.
That's the idea behind it, and it won't hit anything up at the top there. That's the idea.
I
So,
seem to get most of my guitars
I got
as
a little
gifts.
bit of fitment to do.
I'm fortunate in that regard. I have a
Here's
couple
the
other
back
guitars I
piece
need to
just
show you
for,
guys.
You know, whatever. But yeah, this one's gonna be the one that
I
sucks
seem to
because I gotta trim the whole
be attracted
length
to
of that
vintage.
thing. A 32nd
Seems
of
to
an
be
inch.
what
I'm
generally
debating on
comes
how
my
I want
way.
to do it because I have to be very careful because I don't want
I
to
have,
ruin
I think,
the finish
14 or
that's already
15
currently on there.
guitars, and probably
And I can't
better
really
than
mess
half
it
of
up
them are
because
vintage.
if it turns, like, you know what I mean, like if it gets canted at an angle, anything like that, right? It's really gonna.
You can see how much
affect
that thing
the way
arced.
that the sides fit.
I was able to
So,
work that out. So
That
I was
is
happy
just
with
kind
that.
of the goings
All right,
on.
I'm tired of
That's
listening to
what
this.
you make. Can, you know, drill press. I hand cut these and I hand fit these.
Yes, yes,
John
yes.
and Andy.
All right, so what
both
I'm talking
can
about
vouch
here is
for
all the
that.
metal work.
They heard me in the background,
Again, you know, a couple few hours
sawing
every
away
night.
and doing this, that, and the other. Let me tell
84
you,
made in Japan, black
this
strap.
is all
Ooh.
custom handmade
Hell yeah.
fitment. All right, and
1990
that,
wow.
It's touching on the back, it's touching on the front, and when
That's
I'm
a hell
done,
of a
it will be
freaking toy.
touching the wood veneer all the way up.
I was
sides
interested
and
in those
into
when they
there
first came out.
on both
Because
sides. And of course the
1995, I
top.
was
You can see
pretty
I
deep
did
into
put the
playing already, so I
electronics
was
in.
definitely interested in them.
I will
On
come
single,
back
single?
and show
Hell
a little
yeah.
bit more of that later, but yes,
I'm
did
becoming
run
a fan of the
electronicals, so the
HSS.
LED
I'm not a.
They kind of come
I'm
down.
really not a
I
humbucker
did a
fan,
really
to be
clean
honest,
job on
but
it, but they
they're
both just come into this little
You
spot
know,
right
if
here.
you want to get the heavies,
And
that's kind of the only way to do
sits
it.
In the, you know, that fall into the side pieces, and it will
Ooh,
clear
deluxe.
the, you know, that guy there, and you
So
just
these metal
drag it
bars
out.
were a brat and a half.
That's
just
the idea behind
FYI,
it, so.
but they were hand
All right,
brushed. I
anyway,
had to hand brush all of
I
them.
am just gonna
And then
keep
hand
on keeping
countersink
on.
the whole
I hope
nine.
to do an
I'm gonna
I
fast
took
forward a
the
little bit more.
stickers off. This thing is all prepared and ready to go into the chassis. I took the side stuff off. You can kind of see what I like to do there. Of course, there's nothing on this side. This stuff will come off last minute, but you can kind of see
Full
what I was
floater.
trying to
Nice.
go for here. And you can also see that we've gotten some stuff done
Oh, yes.
inside of
Dude,
here.
I was such an
Now, this
idiot
is
when
the
I was
part
doing this.
that is
So I was
bumping me
so
out quite a
excited.
bit.
I put in that the
You
top
can see
piece
that this
there, the
part
one
is
that's
installed
currently on the
there.
bottom.
Didn't quite
I put it
need to
in and I was like,
install
oh, that looks so
yet,
good. I'm
because
so
guess
excited.
what's not
And
in
the
there
other
right
piece
now?
fit so well. I was like,
A
yeah.
mirror.
And then I started gluing it together.
I made
and
a
then about the
decision
time I
prior to
took the
putting that
clamps
in
off is when I
that
realized,
I was going to make
Luke,
this
you're
side over here
freaking idiot.
a screwed-in piece. The
I'm
reason
a
I wanted to
single
make
coil
that
guy,
this side
for
over
sure.
here a screw-in piece is because if this mirror is ever to have
But
broken,
I got to test
or
my
were to
theory though.
ever
So
have
the good
been
thing
broken,
about me,
well, there's
Yeah,
no way to
dude, that
replace
thing's
it
a
without
boost.
taking out all the veneer.
So the
but
mirror
way that
in
I
this
did the
amp
back
is
with
now
this bar
replaceable,
there,
or it was always
which
going to
is
be
gonna
replaceable,
piss me
but
off
it is
'cause I have
actually
to take the
replaceable.
bar out now,
But
which
I've never
I was intending
tested
to never
how
have
that
to
would
take it
work out,
but,
right? So basically what I do
my
is I put a
intention
bunch of
was that you can take
silicone
the bar
dab
out,
or
you
blobs
take
in the
this thing
back
off,
panel
and then you
there,
have enough
and then you
room
just
to
slide the
basically
mirror
take
in
the mirror,
and put it into place.
fit it
And then
in
you
there,
let gravity,
right, slide it over,
you
and then
know,
slide it
let
down,
gravity take
and
care of the
it'll fit
rest
in
as
the
it
space,
falls
and then
into
you tack
the
this
walnut.
back in with the screws,
Right, you can
and
use
then
some
you
tape
let
and
the
pull it there too,
silicone
but
dry,
then you just
do
let
what
it
needs
set
to
for a
do.
while and
You
it
replace the bar
solidifies
up
in
there,
place.
and
Yeah,
everybody's
right.
happy, right? That's the way that you
But
would replace the
if
mirror.
it does happen
was
to ever
thinking
break,
ahead on this. It's
you can
going
just
away
break
from
out the
me. I
remainder
will
of the
not have a way
glass, use
to
a nice sharp
repair
razor
it,
blade, and cut out the
or
little
whoever
globs
owns it will not have a
of
way to
silicone,
repair it
and then
unless
you
they
can
did something
replace
like
the
that.
glass.
The
That's more or
downer
less
is
what's
that
going
I
on
meant
here.
to put the mirror
And
in
it's not that
first
bad. The
before I
only
put
piece
that
you have
piece
to remove
in,
is
so
that
way I
bar
wouldn't
that
have
goes
to
across the
worry
back
about
there.
doing what I have to do, which
No,
is
we're still working on that
what I
part.
just explained.
That's what
But
we're
in
going to
either
do
case,
after all this
you
crap.
can kind of see where things are going with
Well,
this.
we're gonna
So
finish
this
the
thing is
cab
gonna
first,
look
and then we're gonna do that.
absolutely amazing.
So we got two things we're doing today. We're
Other
going to
things
finish
that
the
have
cab,
gotten
and
done
we're
is
going
I did
to
put the screw in here.
install the effects loop.
Not the screw. Words.
Oh, we really didn't get
see, I
that
did
far
some
yet,
work.
so it's all good,
So
Joseph.
this is the sheet metal for the
just-
bottom. And it's a
I'm
nice,
trying to cover a lot
solid
of ground in
chunk
this
of
video, but I wanted to
aluminum.
show you guys all the work
But,
that's been
I
done
put
getting
that
us
guy
to
in
that
there.
point.
That is the hole that
Because I've been
the,
gone for 2 weeks
The little magnetic piece will
doing
fit
this shit here.
over, and then you just the little
I just want you to
magnetic
know
piece goes
I've
there
been
and you're
doing
done.
stuff.
That guy there is obviously the side that will get screwed in.
I figured
Now,
it out. I'm
you're
so
probably
glad the
going,
way I
"Look,
figured
there's
it
gonna be
out. You
screws
cannot
only
tell that
on
it's
one
not
side."
glued in.
Well, let me make you dizzy for a second here, if I haven't
I'm
already
already
made you
dizzy.
dizzy enough. You'll notice when it's in the proper orientation, this side here is on
I'm just
that
kind of
side
explaining
there.
how that piece
This guy
is
here is
irrelevant.
it'll be minimal. I'm going to
forward.
use black screws
We're not
to
using
do
black
something
screws.
to try to make this, more repairable. But when
Still
you
haven't
turn
turn
put
the amp
mirror in
upside
yet?
down, as you can imagine. Screwed in that. I am waiting. This thing fits nicely in its spot. It's like a snug Just so you
fit,
know,
if will.
whoever's
So you
watching
just
this right now, if you are the winner of
this
this
piece
amp,
right here
that
never
top
has to
piece
come
that I'm
out.
pointing out right
I'm
now
waiting to screw it
does
in until I
not
got
ever
all
need to
the
come
stuff
out.
in there. So I can
So
make
there's
sure
only
that all
3
the veneers
pieces
are
on the
lined.
front that need to come out in order to remove the
I think
amp.
that's about all I have in terms of updates
It's
at the moment.
really
So
not
I
that
just hope
difficult to
you
get
enjoy
out,
what
to be
you're gonna
honest.
because this is essentially what you're. I mean, sans that
beautiful?
crap there, but
Ooh-wee.
this is it.
Those are the
She's
temporary knobs I put on there. Those,
just for future reference, this is a 12AX7. That's a parallel triode there. That's a 12AX7. That's a 12AX7. That is a 12AX7. Except for
now
this
you can run
12AX7
this
is
thing
a
with a
parallel
12AT7.
Now, in this last tube here, you have
I found
an
that the
option.
12AT7
You
does
can
change the
run
sound
that
a little bit.
with
It's
a 12AT7
not
if you
bad.
like.
It's just different.
I don't
know. It's just
not
different.
Gonna change the volume aspect.
I kind of
of this
preferred it
amp
with the
that much.
12AX7.
But I do find that it does make the bass just a little bit tighter, and the highs just a little more clearer.
It's got more high
if you're
mids.
into
The
that kind of thing,
12AT7,
if it's
a little
already
less
not
bass,
clear
a little
enough,
bit more high
and let
mids,
me
but
see
it
what I
just
got in
kind
there
of
currently.
sucks the life out of it a little
It
bit,
is
it
a
seems to me.
12AX7. So I did test it with the 12AT7 there, and this amp does really like it. So you can go that way.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see it's a little bit tight in there. I don't think you're going to get away with KT88s.
Yeah, no. If
wouldn't
I ever
KT88s
build
in
this
here
amp
anyway,
again,
'cause this output
it will be in a
transformer's
10-inch
already
deep chassis.
Right on the
That
verge.
extra 2
This thing,
inches
as
would have
we
made
already
all
saw,
the world of
is a
difference, I
solid
think, for
50
this thing.
watts. It peaks out at 68
No,
watts.
so
and by
this that
point in
tube
time,
on
I
the
can guarantee
its
you
own
you're
over
not gonna
there
wanna be
is
around
the
it.
input tube.
I got
it's just the
one
very
little
first
nick.
stage.
One
I put it there because I wanted it as far away
got a missile
from
going
the
off. You guys wanna see a
transformers as
missile?
possible. This
Hold
amp
on.
is
I'll
dead
take you so
silent.
you can see
Oh,
the missile.
hold on, I'll be quiet.
There it is. There it goes.
I'll give you 2 guesses where I live.
Oop, stage separation.
Focus, you back.
Oh, I can see it. I don't know if you can, but there's actually two paths going on right now.
Yeah, that's I get to hear that a couple times a week. There's been a couple times where they're firing those things off twice in a day. It's freaking nuts.
And it'll just sit around and rattle here for a while. Ooh, put my arm there. So it just, I'm close enough that I get to see that about a couple times a week. I'm
All right,
half.
let's
It's
fast
the
forward a little bit
Tesla,
here.
not Tesla. The Elon Musk I get to deal with. At least took out the bar.
Oh,
I
the
have
lights
taken
aren't
out
out.
the
Hey, I
bar.
got the freaking mirror
I
in
have
finally.
gotten the mirror in. This piece is not permanent yet. I decided I am not going to go with screws to hold it in. I have another plan. It's going to take another day.
Yeah,
to
it's
make
gonna
it
look
come
really
to
nice on top of
fruition.
anybody's 4x12.
But I think we've turned out a pretty nice little thing here, so I'm quite smitten with what we're working on. Now, do keep in mind, you're never really going to see this side of things over
That's kind
here.
of the shame is
There's
that you
that
won't
monolithic,
really see that. It is
you
a
know, power
very beautiful chunk
transformer
of
here.
wood, but
So
half of that you
unfortunately,
won't see.
as beautiful as this chunk of wood going on,
Fast
for it,
forwarding a
but
little bit here.
in either case, I have it like this right now because this isn't attached. So, is flood this with glue. My plan is
Let
to
me
make
tell
it so
you,
that this piece
this back
and the
plate
little
turned
back
out to be
plate that
kind of
was
a
there
bitch and a
are
half to get
essentially
on.
one.
I'm
Like,
glad I
want that
used
to
the
be
glue
as
that I did the
rigid
first
and
time
as
because I did try flooding
one
it,
as I can possibly
and I
make
ended up
it.
getting some squeeze out.
Maybe try to fill in some of these
But
chunks
this
here.
glue that I was trying to
Reason being
use
is,
was
again, I
not going to
mentioned
dry
those holes are
anytime
pretty
soon,
close to the edge
and it was
there,
causing
you
a
can
bunch of
see where it's
problems. So I
broken
ended up having
through
to
on a
peel
couple of the
this
spots.
back plate
That
back
had to get
out,
refilled, and
wash
then I had
all
to
the
redrill
glue
the
off,
hole.
and then redo it
All
again.
kinds of fun stuff. So
It's not going
I need
anywhere.
to re-engineer this.
It is
the
still
thing that I'm gonna
glued on there with
is
some
that
flooded,
I'm gonna use
amounts
a
of
thinner
material,
piece.
but
I'm using a 1/4 inch.
in the future,
thick
I
chunk
am
of
going
wood back
with
here.
a
I'm gonna go to
1/8
an
inch veneer for the back.
There's
I'm
just
not
no
doing
way
a 1/4
around
inch
it.
anymore.
I need to keep the beef here. I need to use a thinner veneer on the back. The beef, that extra 1/8 of an inch here.
Indiana, right on, man. Oh, they got the 500 going. That's right. Forgot about
Let me
that.
tell you, that bar.
Yeah, I
makes
was
a
watching
huge
the.
difference
So they
in the
got both
stiffness.
F1 and
And then, of
IndyCar
course, by
going
the
on
time
at the
I get
same
backplate on,
time.
This thing, I
That's
want
crazy.
it to be rock solid. Like this thing cannot move. I was trying to twist the chassis around a little bit.
I thought he was gonna do one for you.
It's pretty stout.
Or I
let
know
me
he was
tell
doing
you.
one for
I mean,
Lex,
this thing
but
is-
I thought you were
for
on that
what it
short list
is
as
and how
well.
it's
Maybe
put
I'm
together,
wrong.
This thing is pretty dang rigid. So, in either case, that's what's been going on. This is why it takes so long. I'm literally waiting for glue to dry. I even have a
Dude,
little
that's
test piece
literally
here
been my 2-week
to make
life.
sure, like
Is
where
just
it's at,
waiting for
dryness-wise.
glue and paint
Little
to dry.
things like that. Anyway, we'll see you in the next segment.
Because I ended up doing 3 or 4 coats on the back panel.
Everybody. We are just about there. And I gotta be honest, I am beat. I am tired. I'm just about done with this guy. I'm just about done with it. I do not have any of the screws in. I still need to screw in the top, the sides, and whatnot. The bottom has already been screwed in at one point in time, but you can see I kind of got it all together. I did work out a solution for the side where I did not need to use screws. It is stuffed in there in such a way where
he's
it
been
will
a
not come out,
busy cat lately.
unless you really want it to.
I don't know. We'll
but
see,
there
man.
are magnets involved. But
If he
that
won't,
thing is
I will.
In there. This guy right here. It is in there. It is not going anywhere. As you can see, the mirror is in there. And everything's kind of just in
this thing is
place
coming out
at
so
the
beautiful, you guys.
moment.
You don't even know.
I do need to put the chassis back in and do another test fit, but I got some more work to do on the chassis still first.
And then this the back.
I got the back plate in. Yay! The back plate did not give me an easy time. What I need to do in the future is go with a 1/8 inch
Yes,
veneer.
it will be lit.
We're gonna go with an 1/8 inch.
It'll be
veneer
edge
in
lit. That's what the 2 LED lights are on the side. We'll actually kind of get to test that later today.
It's a little bit late for me. It's been a long week. Been
couple
out here
weeks.
every night. The last
Yeah, no, the
2 weeks
Tolex,
doing something to this.
Tolex came out really good.
I hope you guys understand that when you
Super
do
excited.
this back plate here, it's like one thing to freaking cut it out and do the sanding work, make sure it fits and all that fun stuff. And then
Yeah,
put
well,
a
what do
layer
you
of
got right
coating
now,
on it,
Offset?
a
What are
finish
you working
it, right?
on?
This thing has a finish on it, and as you can see, it looks amazeballs.
My thing is I don't want to do copies. Like I don't want to do like JCM 800s. I don't want to do a high
24
watt.
hours before you can
I don't
touch it
want to
again and really
do
any work with it. Well, the
a
second
slow.
day,
I'll play
I look at
around
it
with
and
the
I'm like, I'm not
circuitry and
happy
maybe
with that.
come up with
So
my
I
own
put yet
idea
a
of
second
it.
coat on there. Cool, whatever.
Everything
I
that
guess
can be
not
done
a
has kind
second
of
coat.
already been
Technically, it would
done,
be the third
realistically
coat, but,
speaking. But
I
I have
it
all the
back a
parts
little
now
bit
to
and put a third
build
coat on.
another amp. And this
That
other
wasn't
amp
enough.
is
I
going
still
to
wasn't
be
happy
more or
with it,
less
so
like
I
a
knock
test
it
bed
back
amp, I
again,
guess you
and
could
I
say.
knock it
I'll try
back
different topologies in it
with steel wool.
and
So I'm
come up
using
with
quadruple aught steel wool.
a circuit
So
that I'll put into
0,
another
0,
amp.
0,
I
0
already have
steel wool.
all the parts already
And with that,
for
you
another
can kinda
giveaway.
sand it down, and then you put
So I'm
another coat on.
already working on the
of
next giveaway. The next
Danish
giveaway
oil.
is going to be
And
different.
then,
It's
of
not
course,
going to
it takes
be
another day before
like
you can
this
really
one.
work with it.
It'll probably be closer
4 coats
to
are on this thing right
40
now,
watts,
and I
I
knocked
think.
it back again with the steel wool to give
realistically
it this
40
nice
watts. It's going to be
finish that
kind
you
of
can
across.
kinda see right now, but it's
So
got
you
the
remember my
whole
Atlas?
thing going for
Is it the Atlas?
I'm very, very excited about it. I'm happy with this
not the
finish.
Atlas. It's kind of like it's a mix between the
Lots of
Atlas
challenges
and
with
the
back.
last or the giveaway I did
The
before,
veneer is
which is kind of like the 5E3 style amp.
Bar here, I intended for that.
I really
That is,
was really happy
that is purposeful
with the
It was
way
meant
that
to be way.
the Peacemaker
trying
came out.
to-
That
the
I want to
important part was that
expand
the
on
mirror
that with a
was
little bit
flush.
more
And
power.
the mirror is flush
So I'm
with
going to
the bar
make kind
all
of
the
like
way
a
across the
Fender
back on the
Pro
inside. That was the important
amp,
part.
I think is
All
what they call it.
The bar
Where it uses the
and
cathode
the
follower
thickness on the
into
back
some
was,
6L6s. I think
I
we're going to kind of
intended
go around
for
that
the
along
veneer
that
to be
route.
proud.
We'll see.
So
But
this
I
guy
want
is
it to
in,
be
all the
still in the
backside is done.
tweed
Backside
kind
is
of
complete sans this guy.
area, if you will.
I still need to glue this guy in. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow, and then I will stick that guy in the hole.
Oh,
and that just kind of gives you
okay.
an idea of what we're working with there. Obviously, that thing will be sunk down in there, and only about a 1/16 of an inch will be showing. This thing is
I mean, the Marshall JMP one,
3/16 of an inch or something thick.
Rack mount things are cool.
There you have it.
I guess half of it comes down to what power amp you're using for it, though.
Absolutely 100% complete this guy. So we'll get that guy put in. We'll get the front end all screwed in and everything. I need to do a little bit of work on this. This little corner right here. I almost cut the Tolex
is just trying to get this thing out the first time.
Side of the amp, and when it comes out of the chassis here, let me get this around.
Snag
So the opening here is exactly 17 inches.
I did a good job.
That is exactly 17 inches. Put in on the back. The third thing that we're going to do tomorrow, and we might do this live, you'll know because I'll be live, is get the effects loop put in. I also need to finish up the bias. I have not touched the amp in the last 2 weeks that I've been gone. Gone from doing lives and whatnot. Trust you me, I have not been doing anything other than working on the cabinet. Now, the reason I did not go live with the cabinet is that most of the work that I've been doing, I can't show you because it's either been CNC or on some machine elsewhere. I literally cut something out with the CNC machine. It takes 5-10 minutes. And then
those
I
are
sand
cool
it down
toys,
real
man.
quick. Again, annoying to watch.
It's not a bad rig at all.
I coat it with a layer of
honestly, the way that a lot of these pedals are kind of being made these days, amp in a box type pedals.
I come out here and I do like
if you got
3
something
or 4
like
different
that,
things in here that I can possibly get done
meant to be like a guitar amp power section.
You wait 24 hours before you can touch it again. So literally the last like 2 weeks, it's just been come out here first. So I'm only out here like 2 or 3 hours. Make sure I was still kind of happy. Their test fit just to make sure everything is kosher and happy. Everything is kosher and happy. Everything's fitting like it's supposed to. Backplate is on, the mirror is in, the amp sits where it needs to. I am going to have to retouch this bottom piece.
So I have a tungsten ring, and man, you touch that thing,
dinking with this
and
top
it
part
freaking ruined my brush job.
But on the front side,
I had to redo it.
Hold on while I make you dizzy. Everything is in. So we've got the side pieces, the top piece is permanent, never has to come out. The side pieces and the bottom piece obviously will have to come out so you can pull the amp out. You can turn this amp upside down and the amp will just sit in there. So if you need to take the feet off, no problem. You may want to take the handles off too, or set up something so you can set the amp upside down. Whatever you need to do what you got to do when you're doing it. But this thing is looking good, and I know it's going to sound good, but that's what we're looking at in there.
Oh my gosh.
Nice little tight fit. This thing never gets warm. Like that thing doesn't even know the amp is there, but yeah, she's going to be a beautiful, beautiful specimen when she is done. I'm going to get it out so you can actually see the whole thing. But the feet on the bottom, all of them align exactly with where they need to for the mounts on the chassis. And when I say the feet, I'm talking those guys there.
Yes, it is Tone Priest, yes.
Multiple sets of feet.
It's a 1750 N
all I need to do is enlarge the holes.
I think it's the N, whatever the 3200 ohmer is.
To fit the actual bolts. They'll go in and they'll mate with the thing in there the way they need to. So I'm super excited about that. There's only one thing left I need to do, and that is to test the lighting. I have not done that yet. Since I
did end up doing that, by the way,
early on. But
so I know that the lighting works with the little magnetic piece. I haven't tested it with the amp yet. I need to test it with the actual amp itself.
Excited, and
with my little rig, it at least works. So, and that is that. Yay! We're back to me. All right, you guys actually ready to get some work done? It's time to actually get some work done. It's crazy to think that was 48 minutes we've been doing this live for now. So that freaking segment there was about 45 minutes or so of, no, I'm not going to paint them. The corners came out really good. Now, the sad thing is you're not ever going to see them because that's one of the first things I think we're going to do. We're actually going to put the corners on. We're going to put the handles on, and well, we might put the handles on last. Once we get the cabinet done, then we're going to go back and get the amp itself done. So today's going to be kind of a long show because there's a couple things we're going to try to get done here. I'm going to put some tools aside here. So I wanted to make today kind of the last hurrah, if you will. But here is here it is. Get out of the freaking shot, but so there's that half of it, and then there's that half of it, of course. So let me get this guy out for starters. So that's how you get it out. It is set to be snug in there. It won't rattle back and forth. So to get this thing in and out, you just kind of bend it and then you just walk it out. Now I find it easier to push it one side or the other to work it out, but that's just what I found works. And then for those of you who are wondering, the LED is this little corn cob style thing in the side there, and I've got one on each side, okay? And then just for posterity on whoever wins this thing, it's magnetic to get this thing out. So you kind of gotta, it's gonna be a job. I'm not gonna take it out, but the magnets hold this to the side, and then there's some finishing nails up in there that, you know, go into like a hole, right? They go in there. That's what keeps this thing from falling forward and moving around, but you don't need to mess with it. It doesn't need to come out unless this back panel gets broken. So, hey, you can kind of see what's going on up there. Yay! Okay, so thank you. I appreciate that, Riley. Are you guys ready to do some work here? So we've got some nails, and I'm hoping I can get all this stuff to kind of fit on the camera. I wanted to show actually putting together, like, kind of doing the finishing work, right? So we got some brads. We're gonna need a thing of hot water or warm water. And then I've got all the little corner pieces here. All right, so we got the corner pieces, and then we got the handle. So we don't need the handle quite yet, so I'm gonna set that aside. But what we need to do is a couple things. I'm gonna go in the house and run some warm water, and we're gonna fill this up with some warm water. Secret compartments, right? He would give me a thumbs up. Now I'm gonna walk inside. It's gonna take me a minute because I gotta wait for some warm water to come out. I probably should have planned ahead on that. It would have been cool if I had one of those little instant water heater things, but I'll leave the mic on so you can maybe hear me. I don't know if you can hear me out there or not, but give me just one moment. What you making? Nice. Come on, warm water. Ooh, it's starting to get warm. You work tomorrow or you get the day off?
I got the day off.
Nice. I'm excited. I get the day off too. All right, I think this is warm enough, perhaps. Maybe. I guess if I wanted to be an ass, I could have filled it from the freaking washing machine. Would have been hot water right away.
Actually, a good idea.
One of those afterthoughts. All right, there we go. All right, man. We'll see you in a bit. Bubbers. All right, I'm back. I apologize. Took a little longer than I thought it would to get. Wow, there's 13 of you in here. Literally, I go away and everybody's here to watch. No, I did not hide anything inside. There's nothing hidden in there. All right, so this is warm water. It's not hot water. It's warm water. These are the corners. You just literally take the corners and set them in there. That's what you're gonna do. It seems scary, but that's what you're gonna do. Now what I need is a chunk of wood that I can hammer into. So I'm gonna just find a nice piece of scrap that I don't care about, but I'm picky about my scrap, see? This one will work. Oh my goodness, sorry. I got the burpees, got my Dr. Pepper burpees. All right. So you can kind of see them, they bubble off, and you can watch it like ingress in, and then they sink to the bottom. About the time they sink to the bottom is probably when they're ready to, it takes a good 10 minutes. So what we're doing right now is we're trying to soften this up. And let me get to my other view here. My apologies. So hold on here, preset 2. Hey, there we go. All right, so what we're doing is we're trying to soften up the corners. That is a hell of a black transformer, right? Yes, it is exactly, so we can stretch them. So it takes a few minutes because you do have to let it, you can kind of see them bubbling there. That's the air getting out, obviously, from within the material, but they have all managed to sink to the bottom, so that's good. Let's see here. I'm gonna want a hammer. Now I have since learned my lesson on this. I used to do all like one face, and I'll kind of show you what I mean. Like I would take, let's move this up there for now while those soak a little longer. So I would take like, and I would do like all 4 of these, but what I found is that when you go to turn it over on the side so you can hammer the sides, you end up in a situation where just too much is going on and you got like this. So what I'm going to do is just do one side. So I'll do, you know, literally one side, and then we'll complete that one all together, and then we'll go to the other side, etc., etc. You only got to do it 8 times. So you can only screw it up so many times, right? Generally, I try to do the bottom first because it's nice to screw up the bottom where things don't matter so much. So I'm going to start on this one, and then what we're going to do is we'll tack in our nails, and we'll just grab a couple of them out. So these are just kind of, I don't know if you've ever seen these before, but it's a different kind of tack for sure. They work really well, actually. I haven't had any problems with these ones. But what we're waiting for is for these things to get soft. Yes, I do. That is a me thing. Ooh, yeah, that's just starting to get pliable. I like that. They're not quite there yet. They need a few more minutes. Pliable is good, but you still need them to be like almost floppy. It takes, like I say, about 5 to 10 minutes for them to soak. So, interestingly enough, I don't know if anybody's ever heard the story before, but move this thing out of the way a little bit. Years and years ago, one of my first real tube amps, I'm giving the quotation fingers, but was a crate blue doo-doo. A twist, yes. For the roof trusses. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. I don't know what these are actually for, but I don't know. That's what they sell them for, is for this stuff here. But I don't know if you've ever seen like the crate blue voodoo up close or not, but they put like little orange lights in the back, and it's not even an orange light. It's literally just an incandescent bulb that has an orange colored like rubber boot that goes on it. So you can change this rubber boot to any color you want, and you know, it'll just light up the backside of the tubes. But they have like this little flap that goes up, so where they poke the lamp through, they bent up the little piece of the chassis so it shrouds it from the back mirror piece that they use. And it's literally, what's that material that they use for like blankets, the survival blankets, like that Mylar material or whatever it is, with the, you know, the shiny on the one side. That's literally what they used in the back, and they just tacked it with staples around the edge. That was the mirror that you saw inside of those things. Pile of shit. Well, I really liked it. I thought it was a cool idea. So on mine, I put a real mirror back there. And that made it really cool. And then instead of using the amber, the incandescents, I swapped them all out for LEDs. And I did blue LEDs. So you could really see like the orange glow of the tubes pop through the blue light. And then on the preamp tubes, I put a little blue LED on the bottom of each one of those, so that there was a blue hue that went up through each of the preamp tubes as well. It looks really cool, and that's kind of where I got the idea from. And then it just turned into a thing. I started making all of my amps with mirrors in the back. And I don't know, I just think it looks cool that way. It's a me thing. It's a me thing. Don't you dare. You're not allowed to do it. It's only for me to do. I don't know, like my whole thing is like, because I've owned so many amps in my life, all of them are the same. They all had a black cover, and they always put the, the face plate on the front, and they make the face plate solid. The Crate Blue Voodoo was the only one that didn't seem to do that. It had kind of a mesh front, so you could see through it and see all the stuff that was going on inside there. They still try to make it so you can't really see all the details, but you could see some of the stuff. And now modern amps are kind of doing that sort of thing where you can see into the face of the amp, and then they put all the lighting and stuff like that to make it look cool. I want to say I was the first to really kind of take that and run with it. You have a devious plan should you win, huh? Right? No trolls or rich mofos. But I don't know, like I think it looks cool. Like, I didn't want to be that company that had a black amp with my name on the front. I wanted them to stand out. And my whole thing is like, you spend all this money for an amp that plays and sounds beautiful, but it looks like a black box with somebody's name on it. I don't like that. I want it to be also a beautiful amp. So I don't know. Only 1 hour late. There you are, Sloth. You made it though. That's the important part. All right, so these things are starting to, they're pliable, but they're not quite there yet. I'm just kind of working them out a little bit here, so you can kind of bend the material a little bit and kind of force them to suck up some of the water inside a little bit more. That's all I'm doing here, is just kind of working them a little bit and get both hands in there, fudge it. Pliable is the big part. They need to be just, you almost want them to be stretchy. Like, that's how long you want them to be in there for. They shouldn't be stiff or pliable like they are currently. They need to be floppy, almost floppy. What's that? What are they made from? These are leather corners. Leather, yep. Yeah, leather corners. Now, for me, I'm trying to go, of course, for a little bit more high-end look and feel, so that's why, obviously, I'm using some of the media that I am. I'll call it media, but, I didn't really want to go with Tolex initially for my builds. Ooh, this one's getting just about ready. But the unfortunate thing is, it's not easy to build an amp entirely out of wood. Ask me how I know. You can see it over there, over my left shoulder there. That one there, that guy, made entirely out of wood. And that thing took over 3 months just to build the box for it, let alone like all the remainder of it. It's just one of those things where it's just like, no, this isn't tenable. So, for those of you new coming in right now, I see that there's some newcomers coming into the chat, and I see that there are some 16 of you guys currently watching me dip my hands in freaking warm water with leather corners in it. But I am on Instagram. It is Legacy Amplification. I believe that's Legacy Amplification. I do have a website you can go to as well, but there's nothing there to see. It's just legacyamplification.com. Oh, these are getting so close to ready. They're starting to become to the point where they're floppy. They need a little bit more time. I'm just gonna let those soak there for a little bit longer. Now this will leach some of the color out. I don't know if you noticed when I first put them over here, but they were pretty dark. And you probably are looking at this going, oh my God, look, that those were like way darker than this one is. It's okay. Trust me, it's okay. 100% by hand. It takes 4 freaking ever. Believe you me, it is not quick. It is not quick. Scutter Buster. Do you have to go check out your channel? Instagram. Oh, somebody found me on Instagram, I think, because I'm getting a bunch of notifications. Let me go to my Instagram and actually recall what my... Okay, yep. Yeah, a couple of you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. If you want, you can put my Instagram posted up there on the thing. I'm sorry, I got my hands all done up here, but you're more than welcome to follow me. There's a few things in there, obviously, but I'm not a social media kind of guy. I mean, this is about as close as I get to social media. So, you don't have anything on there? It's all good. It's all good. Just make the videos, dude. I'm telling you right now, you wouldn't believe it, but if you make it, they will watch it. Riley knows all about that. He's been on a tear lately. He's not gaining in as many subscribers as you would think, though. Join the giveaway. Yes. So Riley 0187, go check him out and subscribe to his channel. He's got some fun content. I was gonna say amazing. It is amazing content, but it's fun content. Like, whereas I'm pretty dry, I try to be funny. Oh, you don't know how to pin it? Oh, you don't have to pin it. I think you just put like the whatever it is, like at Legacy Amplifiers or Legacy Amplification or whatever the hell it is. I don't like I say, I don't really do Instagram that much, so I don't even know what my profile thing is. It's just Legacy Amplification. That's all I know. Legacy Amplification. So it's just at Legacy Amplification on Instagram. There's not a whole lot on there though, so it's not like you're missing much. But definitely go check out Riley's page though. He's freaking hilarious right now. Yes, yeah. He's got this thing right now about the handsomest guy in the village. It's freaking classic stuff. Well, hello. How are you doing?
Good. Laundry.
Yeah, laundry. Nice. All right, I think these things are ready. There's a couple of them that are still a little on the stiff side, I'll say. But let me find one that's this one's really pliable. I like that. All right, so let's see here. So see how it's just kind of floppy? Like, that's what you're looking for. You want it to be something where you can bend it however you want to bend it, sort of thing. So you're kind of doing, this is more or less what we're doing, is creating this little corner piece out of it so it'll cup. But you want it to be able to do that, right? You're not out. You're totally in. What are you talking about? And then on here, this particular person I get these from is on Etsy. There's no secret to it there, but you can just kind of see right in there. See that little dimple? The gentleman that makes these things, and he's on Etsy. He's the only one doing it. He puts a little marker there for you, so it's a little bit easier to see. So that definitely helps. Now, what I like to do, obviously these far out corners here are the ones that kind of are the tops, right? So this more dulled corner here is the face. When I say the face, I mean this side here. So the way that this triangle is here, it's wide here, narrow here, and this has got more of a frumpy kind of obtuse corner. That's the one that goes there, okay? So what I like to do, oh, I already got one, is start with that one. Start with that side first. Now you don't need to go crazy with it. You just want it to poke through. All right, that's why we're using this guy here. And then you just kind of got to get brave. Now the question is, do I want this as a top piece or the bottom? I guess it doesn't really matter. Now the nice thing about having that little thing poke through like that is, see the seam that I got there? Oh, you can't see it because I'm an idiot. So see that little seam that I got there? You can almost align it with that seam and you'll just feel it like set in there. And then you just want it to go right up to the corner. You don't want it to be buried in there, but you don't want it to be out here either. You just want it to be right up to that corner. And don't be afraid to get it a little over the corner, but right up to it. All right, and then send it home. Now, obviously, you do want to make sure you go down straight. And then I don't go crazy at first. You're not trying to sink it into, you know what I mean? You're not trying to bury it in there initially. You're just trying to make it so it's tight. Because the next thing we're going to do is twist, fudge. The next thing you're going to do is twist this thing, right? So that it's around the corner the way you want it to be, right? So you want it to kind of come off at a nice square angle. Because the next thing we're going to do is wrap it around and then pull it over. So we want it to be nice and tight, right? And I should have done all three of these, to be honest, but when I say all three, what I mean is I should have put nails in all three of these corners, but I did not. So we're trying to get this thing to form over the top of our whatchamacallit, more or less. But you also want it to be centered pretty good. And you want it to be toit. Toit like a toiga. And I think that's going to work pretty good right in there. So I should have nailed all three corners. I kind of fudged up in that regard, but it's all right. So we're going to go right there. And then we're going to, it looks like it's going to end up right in my thing. Okay. Now see how it's tight on that corner there? Now that's what we're going to try to do on this corner here too. And now we got to get it so it's tight on both corners. And it's not as easy as it seems, because you kind of got to force it and push it. Now it will shrink a little bit, just so you know, it will shrink a little bit, which is okay. And it will tighten, it'll suck itself into those corners. Zeppy, thank you, my man. I appreciate that. I am well, thank you so much. Going straight down is an option. But yes, a few drinks first. I love the humor that I have on this channel, by the way. I like being able to have fun jokes and stuff with that, like that. I'm trying to get this as tight as I can here, so I'm just trying to work this thing over. Because I want it to get toit like a toiga. Because when this shrinks, you can't have too much of a gap. And I say that because you can't see it. My apologies. So if you've got too much of a blister going on in the back here, like say like maybe that is right now, right? That'll never suck up enough. This will shrink as it dries, but that means that you got to have it sucked up against the corner kind of like that, or it will not get tight enough. But it's got to be like that on both corners. All right, so you got to get it so the front and the back are more or less tightened up like that. So this one kind of wants to sit right there. So that's where I'm going to put it. And this one has a very small dimple. And I'm just going to pick it. There we go. All right. out, man. Pop back out. There it is. So on the front, you can see it's sucked up nice and tight. Like that one landed right in my seam there, no biggie. And then this other corner here has a little bit of a lift on it. That will suck in though, so not the end of the world. And then what I do after the fact is then I go back and tighten them up. Nice and tight like. All right, so just a couple little extra hammers to make sure that the thing is bopped in there good and tight like. All right, let's move on. Now the cool thing is that as you're fighting with one, these things here are going to get more pliable and soft, and you can see some of the colors even come out. I don't know if you can or not, the light, but some of the color is starting to bleed out. So that's why I wasn't worried about the color matching that so much, the handle, because they do kind of work themselves out in that regard. Soldering iron to heat the soaking solution, or is that a no-no? You know, you can use a heat gun to try to get them to shrink up and form a little bit quicker, but I'm not going to say that is an ideal thing to do. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know, to be honest. And I'm gonna do these all at once this time. It's not the end of the world if they fall out. Now this piece here looks like a nice dark piece. I'm gonna put this one on the bottom. We're gonna do another bottom here. But, okay. I'm gonna go for it right there. Okay. Makes sense. Pretty close, I think. And I'm gonna get the bottom done first. So I know this probably isn't ideal for you in terms of view, but so this little thing, okay, hold on, let me get one here. If you look closely at this thing, right in here, you can see right there is where it has like a little dip. That is technically the middle. That's where you're trying to get this thing to crease over. So you can just kind of see it. There's like a little divot or dimple, not a dimple, you know what I mean? Like there's a spot that is obviously meant to be the center. So when you wrap this thing over, you're trying to make it so that that part is that section there. So it's okay if the thing falls out. We've got the holes kind of already made, so just so you know, that's what we're trying to do, is get this thing to work around while also keeping that spot kind of up the middle there. So you don't want to make these corners too sharp. I think I mentioned that while I was doing it before, but you kind of want the more obtuse you can make this corner, the easier it is to get this thing to mold around it. So just something like food for thought, I guess, if you will. But just trying to get it to stretch around. Kind of where that one wants to go. Seems to be right in there is where it wants to go. That's where we're going to go with it then. and these are not long enough to go through. Even if they were, they're 3/4 of an inch, but I have exactly 3/4 of an inch to work through or work with. So they're shy of the thing, so you don't have to worry about that either. Along with this material here, it's not going to go through, so it is okay. Trying to get this thing to pull around. I think the last time I did this, I was fighting with it a little bit too, more than I was hoping I was going to fight. As I recall. All right, I think we got our segment here pretty much as good as you're gonna get. This one's a little bit more opened up than I'd like it to be. That might shrink up enough. Sorry, I'm bumping the mic there. I know that the front side is good though. So this one didn't end up as good as I'd hoped, but whatever. It'll tighten up enough. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get the top here. So let's choose a nice corner for that. I kind of like this one. I don't know why, I just kind of like it. Are you gonna be the one? Are you the one? I'm trying to see the little dimple. This one's really faint. Pretty sure that's the dimple there. All right, I'm gonna go for it right there, I think. Yeah, sure, why not? So exciting, isn't it? Everything you thought it was gonna be, huh? Let's see here, how do I want to do this? I guess I'm gonna go with the top side first. And it's okay if you pull these things out, it's not the end of the world. It's just easier to get them going when they're already kind of in there, you know what I mean? I think that's gonna be pretty dang good, to be honest. I'm gonna pull this one out too. Now some people will take these things and they'll pre-cup them. So you can do that. You can buy these like corner pieces and then you can get these things wet and then you can kind of corner, you know, shape them how you want to before you even start putting them on. Some people will do that. I'm not gonna say that I'm the king when it comes to this by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm gonna go for it right there. I think that's gonna be the spot. Oh boy. What do we got? Cause there's 2 minutes down the road. I know. There it is. That's where I want it. Right there. All right, and that'll suck up nice, I think. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this last front side here. Let's try to find another piece that's similar to that one. This one's kind of similar. So as I'm going through too, I'm trying to look at the corners, and like obviously you want to put the ones with the worst appearance down on the bottoms, and you got 4 of them. But then you're also wanting to try to make it so that, you know, the parts from the sides that you're going to see are kind of similar as well. So you don't want them to be too disparate in terms of look. Darn it. One spot where the light doesn't freaking shine on it. Okay. Okay. Let's go for it right there. Yes. Yes. Looks like you're going straight, but I don't believe that you are. Okay. Go ahead and get the top side. I'm gonna go ahead and take these out so we don't tempt marring the whatchamacallit. It's turning out fantastico. Muy fantastico. I'm happy with it. Super stoked with it, to be honest. I'm kind of jealous. Like, this is definitely an amp that you'd want to keep for yourself in most cases, but it's going away. Someone else is going to get to enjoy it. That is a fact. I'm super stoked for whoever that gets to be. Come on, baby. Trying to get this thing to play for me. So another thing you got to keep in mind is that you've got 2 corners, right? So see how these ones landed pretty close to, you know, the same width and depth. So you can set one out like too far out this way, and then you get to the other side and it's way down there, right? So you're trying to get it so it sits somewhere in the middle there, right? That's what you're trying to do. So I'm just trying to work it around to get that kind of look and feel for me. But you also want it to be tight. And I think that just seems to be... maybe this front side here is a little off. I know you can't see what I'm looking at now, but I think that's where it wants to be. Right in there somewhere. So that's what we're gonna work with. I think it wants to be like right there. So that's where I'm gonna put it, I think. Just trying to make sure I get it right up the middle. This one's fighting me a little bit. Where it wants to set naturally for one side is not going to align with the other. Got a nice dimple going in my corner though, so that's good. That's where it wants to land. It wants to just sit right there naturally, so that's where we're gonna... Is that close? Pretty dang close, to be honest. It's pretty dang close. What I can see that you maybe can't is it needs to go this way a little bit. So right now it's like that. Like this. I need it to go kind of more like that in order for it to square up on the front side. So I'll kind of give you an idea of what I'm talking about there. So it's trying to go... That's where it needs to be, but then I end up with a little pinch in the middle there. So when you try to flatten it out, that's where I got to try to keep it. Somewhere in that range. Sorry. I know this isn't exactly exciting, but this is what it's going to take to get it right. I want it to be right. I'm actually going to bop this in just a little bit more. There it goes. We're on the right track though. I think that's just... Okay. Right there. That's where we're going to go. Okay, now we're going to fight with it the other way. Right in there. Go ahead and punch that in. You little bitch. You've already got a hole in the Tolex now. That's where you're going. So what I'm trying to do now is use the nail as a way to pull it over. There it goes. I think this is going to be just fine. And you can get it wet again later. So like this corner may not be like exactly where we want it. That'll suck up quite a bit. It might actually get tight, but you can get it wet and steam it kind of into place, if you will. Again, heat gun. You can actually get it wet and then heat gun it into place too. So there's our front side now. Sorry guys, I know you're all kind of... Alright, that makes sense. So all in place now. So now we gotta do the back side. Yay! That makes a good top piece, I think. This is probably a good bottom piece. Looks pretty though. It's a nice looking piece. That's another good top piece. That's a good top piece. I'm trying to see which one of these is going to be better for top versus bottom. So these last three pieces I have kind of a similar thing going on for them, where the corners are kind of dark. I don't know if you can see it in the light, but the corners are a little bit... Yeah, there you go. You can kind of see it. A little bit darker in the corners. So I want to try to just make it so that way the two that are closest to each other end up on the top, and the two that are, you know, the two that really won't matter as much are on the bottom. That's all we're trying to do. So, and you guys can't really see what I'm seeing, but like this piece here doesn't have the darkening of the corners. This one's pretty dark. And then these last two here. So these two here I'm going to use on the top. These two here I'm going to use on the bottom. Got my amp wet. We're going to be alright. This finish is nice enough that it doesn't steam up or whatever. Doesn't bother it. Doesn't appear to anyway. Alright, so this one's going to be a bottom piece here. I'm just gonna. Oop. Now, as I recall, I put one like that on the bottom as well that was pretty dark. So I want to find out which side that was and match it to that side. Darn it. Darn it. Gotta be careful, you can mar it up here. Okay, so by that I mean one of these is darker than the other, and it looks like it's this one here is the darker of the two. So this one is going to go here, if that makes sense. So I'm going to go ahead and peel those out. And that one's going to go right there. Yeah, right there. I think. It's close enough. See, close enough. Okay. Oh, this piece is a little more pliable than the other one has been. Maybe. It's ending up about the same spot though. Right in there is where it wants to go. Get that thing kind of lined up there, and we're gonna plop it. Looks like it's gonna go right in there. Okay. Sorry guys, thank you for entertaining yourselves. I appreciate that. I know this isn't exciting. This is not the fun stuff. This is not the crap that everybody signs up for when they're building guitar amplifiers. Definitely not the stuff everybody signs up for. I want this thing to stretch a little bit more. There it is. There, that was it. Sorry, I'm bonking the whatchamacallit around too. I want you to go down straight though. And I want you to go down straight into your home. There it is. All right. Just a few more corners to go here. This is our other bottom piece here. I'm gonna dip it real quick. Good luck with fast forwarding my ass. I don't do anything fast. Not intentionally anyway. It's funny. I try to do things more assuredly. I think that's what takes me such a long time to do these amp builds is it's not so much that I'm not capable of going fast. Like I'll go fast, but there's certain things that like, all right, how do I explain it quickly. I am building this amp for you as if I were building it for me. So I don't want it to be like, there's flaws in it, right? Like, it's not perfect because it's just, you know, I did it by hand. I did it. And I'm pretty dang good at a lot of things I do, but I'm certainly not the best at what I do, at everything that I do. So, you know, I try to do things more assuredly. And the reason I try to do it more assuredly is to give it the best shot at being as good as it possibly can be, even though I know it probably won't. I don't know, for lack of a better way of putting it. I just want to do as good of a job as I possibly can. There we are. Okay. Now this one is a really nice pliable piece. This one, I can already tell you, is gonna go right there. There you go. Yeah. Ish. I think that'll have to do, pig. So I did put focus. I did put these holes in already. I had to enlarge them a little bit to make sure that the chassis was going to fit. So I apologize. I did do that without you, but I don't think you missed a whole hell of a lot. Oh yeah. Yeah, this one wants to go there. That's where this one wants to go. Is that going to be? No, it's not going to be. Yeah, see, if all corners went as good as this one just did, it would be nice. So it was just like you could stretch it. I don't know if you could see it or not, but it's just like you could pull it and it just went and like sucked itself in. Like that piece is going to be great when it dries. All right, well, we got one corner left to go here. 2 corners left to go. My apologies. Finally up to the top now. Let's see here. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I know it's going to look good. That part I'm not worried about. I know it's going to look good. But I mean, I wish it could be perfect. That's what I shoot for, is for it to be perfect. But it's just not, it's not possible, as we all know. But and I think if it was, it would kind of take some of the value out of it. Because it would just mean something else is going on. It means it was made entirely by a freaking machine, more or less. Alright, you are going to go right there. Okay. But no, it is made by a human. By a human. I.e. this human. And I go and I dimple it. And I dimple it again. Oh my god. Okay. Guess I gotta hit it with some authority. There it is. Yes. I think that's where it's gonna go. That looks pretty dang good right there, methinks. That was weird. It went in straight and then all of a sudden out of nowhere it just went bing and off to the side. course it's on the top too, because you know, why wouldn't it be where you can see it all? Okay. Yeah, this corner went rather nice as well. Sorry, crushing up the camera again, or the microphone again. That's gonna be nice right there, methinks. Ta-da! That one came out really nice. Shit, if they all came out like that, I'd be freaking amazeballs. It's a little off. This side, so you can't really tell what I'm looking at here, but maybe I can get it so you can. It's just tough to sell. Like this side here could have come out just a little bit further. But from the front, everything's aligning at least like it looks like it should. It's a leather corner. That's what they do. Wish it were a little bit more perfect, but I will get better as I do these more and more. I haven't done a whole hell of a lot of these things. I've done a fair number of these, but not enough to say I'm a pro at it yet. I'm sure there's somebody out there who would love to give me some advice on how to better do these corners more efficiently and more better looking, but I haven't heard or found anything yet, so I'm still waiting for that day to come. But so far my experience with them hasn't been horrible bad, except for, as I mentioned before, the radius is importante. You do not want a sharp radius. You want as obtuse of a radius as you can get. That helps a lot, making it easier to stretch these things over and do what you want to do. But we are on the last corner here. And then these things being wet is the next like big, helps everything in your life easy, you know, just everything is better in your life when those things are stretched out like that. I think I want you right there. That'll have to do. That'll have to do. All right, let's get this thing around so I can get to it. Sorry, it's a little off the shot here. Let's move this out of the way now that all of our things are done. We don't need this anymore. I want to put it somewhere where the wife won't hit it. There we go. Found a safe spot for it. All right. There we go. I think that's going to be pretty good right there. That's where we're going to go. Seems to be where it wants to go. One corner left. Come on, baby. Pull. Seems to be where it wants to go. Okay. Come on, baby. The other half of the battle is trying to get it to hold still while you freaking bop it in there. Just gonna fight is what it's gonna do. There it is. Ta-da! So, end the shot. See how they pretty much have this about the same amount of finger over them? It's just about to my first knuckle. That felt good there, so not too bad. Front side. Get my head off the shot there. Makes sense? Hope that makes sense. It's looking pretty good. Dust this thing out a little bit. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. I have a solution to that problem as well. Ta-da! A little bit of glass cleaner there. I was prepared for this part of it. Ta-da! Little dust particles there and there. Okay, there's that. Now what we're gonna do, it's time to get that guy in. Just make sure everything's nice and clean over here. It's looking good. This guy here, I cleaned it up earlier. This guy's gonna go in now. Whew. All right, so what I'm gonna do is use this gel here. This stuff works pretty dang good so far. I am liking it. I have a few of these. I get the feeling it's gonna take at least 2. So I'm gonna get one of these ready. There we go. Yes, this is the Harbor Freight stuff, but this stuff is actually it's not bad. That's all I can say. Dude, yeah, you gotta hoard the Dr. Pepper. Alright, I'm going to try to do this as quick as I can, because I do not want this to harden. Come on. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I got a gift. Come on, there it goes. Okay, that is enough. I do not need 2 of these. This thing is going to get chucked, I can already tell you. Alright, we're going to stuff this thing in there. I think I got more than enough. I don't think this stuff's going to squeeze out. And the test piece I did, it didn't squeeze out at all. Alright, we're going all the way down. This thing is going to be permanent. Oh no, we had some squeeze out. That's not good. No, 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 no. No. That's not good. At the very ass end, though, that's the weird spot for it to do that. Okay, might have been a little bit in there. Okay. It's not the end of the world if it did. It is still fixable, believe you me. Now what I'm going to do though is, where did I put it? Oh, wait a minute. Who am I trying to kid? Got it right here. Yeah, we had some squeeze out right there. That's not good. Darn we might have to fix that. It's gonna be less than fun. It can be fixed though. All right, well, you can't really see it. Maybe you can. Just inside there, we had a little bit of squeeze out, and right on the ass in there. That is fixable. But you can just see it just sits just proud. Darn it. It's going to make me work. But that thing is never coming back out again. That thing is done. She done. All right, well, I'm a little bummed about that, but whatever. We'll come back around on that. Cabinet itself is complete. So the wife got me a shirt. Thank you, wife. Let's see what it says. We forgot what it says. We ordered it that long ago. We can't remember what it says.
Okay, I found this on the web for what it says long ago. Check it out.
Oh, I remember. I'm that old. Get in, loser. We're gonna ford the river. All right, let's put this away. Breaking a sweat, everybody. I'm a little disappointed in myself. I will be able to fix that. That is not the end of the world. I'm not happy about it, but I can fix that. That's not bad. Do that before easy to repair. Yeah, you know, I was worried about the squeeze out, but I guess I should have been a little bit lighter. Like I say, it is repairable. That'll get fixed. That's not a problem. All right, so the amp cabinet is complete. All right, so this guy is complete. Actually, there's one other thing we can do. We can put this thing back in. So, well, we don't need it to stay in, but it's going to go over here for now. Because the next thing we need to do is the part that everybody's been waiting for, which is the effects loop. That's the part everybody's waiting for. I need a drink after that. Another thing that probably would have been smart for me to do is to put some like tape around that thing. That probably would have been smart too. You know what they say though, stupid is as stupid does. And if it were easy, everybody would be doing it. I'm trying to fuck up my finished work, wife. What do you think about that? Don't do that, right? All right. All right. Eek. Ah. There she is. There she is. Do we take a little breather? Did I have like a period where everybody like dipped out for a second or something like that? Or did I dip out? The handle? No, we'll do the handle last. There's a reason for that. Because it's a little bit easier to put this thing in the amp in this orientation right here, upside down. Because there's one other thing we got to do with the cabinet too, which is to put the aluminum shielding in. But we'll do that when we go to put this guy in there. So let's see here. Oh yeah. All right, so there's one little modification I need to do to this thing before we get too crazy far. I want to pull out the power and ground that it has, but I kind of need to use the restroom. I don't know about you guys, but we are 2 hours into this and Dr. Pepper's running through me. So I think it's time for Luke to take a little potty break and cry a little bit because of having to fix more freaking work. And yeah, you know. All right, tell you what, there's 18 of you. Perfect time to go take a potty break. I'll be right back. I'm going to turn off the mic and you won't hear none of that business. Hold on. Oh, joy. And nobody's left. Thank you guys for sticking around. I know everybody's in there taking notes. Oh, he has this part there. He's got that part there. Just give up the shitty stuff and tell me. Yeah, right? Well, let's see here. Yeah, right? Yeah, no, don't get married. I love my wife to death. She's the one. I'm not doing it again, though. Just so you know, you fool me once, but you ain't gonna fool me twice. Daddy didn't raise no fool. Alright, so I gotta keep mindful of what side is which. It should be very easy for me to know which side is which because the ground, which is here, goes here. And then the hot, which is here, goes to what we're gonna put down in there. And I do have some of that stuff available. It's time to get all these tools back out that we had. Let's not fuck any more of my stuff up anymore. Can't believe I did that. I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix it, but I know it is fixable. It's just, darn it. Just creating more work for myself, you know. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. I'll turn that down a little bit. So first things first, I'm gonna get this wire done up. I just want to get the wire out of the way. I don't know how this is gonna go. I just know it's gonna go. But I'm gonna run it down in there with the B+ wire at the ass end of this thing. And the hope is that everything stays put, plays nice, and does what it's supposed to do. I know that the hole is big enough for 2 of these wires, so we're just gonna pray that everything plays nice for me down there. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. There it goes. There it is. A little ugly, but that did exactly what it was supposed to do. Alright. And then that'll go kind of up and back around kind of like that into the thing. Alright, so I'm not going to cut that yet. So one thing I got to keep in mind is over here on this end, I am not going to cut these, but I'm going to wait to take off the little flags that are on there. I'm going to wait to take those off until the last minute. Luckily, the way that this is done, by the time this gets in here, they are the length that they need to be to get over to this guy right here. One goes onto that lug, the other one goes into the center lug, and they're just going to go like that. And what I'll do is I'll tack that all together, those 3 wires there, and I think we're going to be all right. The only thing that's a little scary is that is the negative feedback loop, but this is the ground side of it, so hopefully it doesn't cause a problem running over that way. If it does, we'll come back around to that, but I don't think it will. I don't think it will. So now I'm going to undo the power here. Oh, I used a different type of solder on this guy. Might need a little more heat. Slightly different type of solder. It's got a different melting point than mine does. Sorry. Really? It just does not want to frickin' go. There it goes. There it goes. As much as I wanted to use that, we're not going to use that. But now what I need to do is... Darn it. I want to suck the solder out. For lack of a better term, I want the solder, the original OG, to come out, so I want that hole to be open. Alright, we'll let that cool off, and then what we're going to do is well, we'll clean off all the little wax bits or whatever. Not wax. Words. You know what I mean. Flux. That's the word I was searching for. Yeah, flux capacitor. Alright. Now maybe this side will melt and play a little bit nicer. Did. Okay. Same. We're just going to get in there. We're going to heat the stuff up. I know you can't really see what the hell it is I'm doing, but really, this stuff is just brat. First shot! Let's go! Alright. You're not missing much. I'm just cleaning up flux now. Just want to make sure that the flux is all nice and gone. And we'll do the same over to the other side. The other side came out nice like. Alright. Okay. So there are a couple of adjustments that still need to be made on this thing. I think one of them is that the so there's this little knob right here. That is the send level into this, you know, the TLO 72 or whatever the heck it is. I may need to adjust that. I don't know for sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to. I'm almost positive I'm going to have to, because I already have a little bit more voltage than I would like to have, but we'll see. He says he sets it at the middle from the factory, if you will. So I'm going to go the opposite direction with this one, because I'm not using a washer. And I don't want to mar up the material any more than I have to. So we're going to not use the gnarly side down. Alright, so that piece is nice and in there. Oh, that's almost going to be too perfect. It goes like straight up almost. Oh, that's so cool. And then this piece here will just kind of shoot up into there like that. I don't think I'm even going to cut that piece. I think I'm going to leave it just how it is. We'll nip off the top, get it ready to go in the hole. Get it ready to go in the hole. Alright, so let's see here. Let's see. How do I want to do the... What do we got? Odd balance. Does it come with the bump? With the bump? No, I do not use... Screenshots have gone nuclear. Uh-oh. Ren and Stimpy, dude. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up here. I'm holding off for a reason. So... The Les Paul. Always for the Les Paul. Yeah, so I watched Ren and Stimpy as a kid, but I was lucky enough to catch it before they went to Nickelodeon. You want to talk about raunchy? Dude, like Ren and Stimpy, like the real OG Ren and Stimpy, that was not kid friendly. That stuff, that was a hell of a show. That's all I can say about that. I'm gonna go for right there. That was a hell of a show. There was one episode, as I recall, where they were arguing over who was the pitcher and who was the catcher, while they were living inside of somebody's mouth, if that's any indication. Just half the episode was them arguing about who was pitcher and who was catcher. It was classic Ren and Stimpy, as I remember them anyway. Alright. The stuff that came out on Nickelodeon, that was PG. Literally PG for them. And I'm just tinning this. I don't know if it's tinning or not, but yeah, it is. Okay, good. And we're going to do the same thing to this one. And now we're going to use this. I found that to be the easiest way to get this stuff to peel off without being disgusting. Okay. So, worst comes to worst, if this doesn't do what I need it to do, if the volume is too much, what I'm going into the effects send or whatever, I'm gonna have to turn off the amp. I'm gonna have to unscrew this thing, lift it up, and dial back the, with this guy here, we'll have to dial back that send level at worst. If I'm lucky, it'll just freaking work right out the gate, but that's what we're praying for. That's what we're praying for. So, is this the one? No, you're not my daddy. You are not my daddy. Are you my dad? No, you're not my daddy either. Do I have a daddy over here? I know this one's too big. Those are not the ones. Those are not the droids I am looking for. What about you? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Don't make me do it the old-fashioned way. I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way for now. We don't need to go crazy tight for right now until we know that it works. Because balls. Alright. That thing is in there good and tight. Good and tight. And then we're going to take this thing and stick it up in its hole. Oh, we're going to take this one and do the same. This one's going to be a little bit more fun because it is buried between two parts here. So if you wouldn't mind, there you go, just like that. Just like that. Okay. What do we got? Maybe. You know, I thought about that, but the way that that thing is installed, it wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. As much as I'd like, it won't do it that way. It's just not that type of thing, unfortunately. Okay, there's that one. Let's see if this one's gonna play nice. So far, everything's been playing pretty nice for me, with the exception of the super glue. Okay. So we've only got two connections left to go here. That's these guys. And it's got in and out. So this one goes to, we'll do this one, let's do this one first. And I might get lucky because the way they're shooting over here, I don't have to go that way. I could just let it, gravity's gonna want these to fall down anyway. And I'm not gonna cut them. I'm gonna leave them at the length that they're at currently. I just gotta cut off the tape, if it wouldn't mind. It's gonna make me work. Oh my God. If you wouldn't mind, working for me. There it is. There it is. Now this side here, we don't have to use any crazy kind of stuff. What I do want to do is get rid of any excess of that. It was just jacket that's pulled over. So what I need to do I want to? Did you have to? Did you have to? Did you have to let it linger? I'm not a fool for you. Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Oh no! Well, that sucks. He didn't tell me which. He uses multi-strand. So there's 3 wires in there. And one of them is ground. I don't know which one is or isn't. That's only half the problem though. The other half of the problem is did he join a couple of them together for the ground or not? I don't know if he used just the ground, like the shield. I don't know if he used just the shield for the ground, or you know what I mean? So I got 3 leads here, so I'm gonna have to play God with it. I don't know. I don't know. What do we got? What do we got? Did you have to? Did you have to smell my finger? Oh my God. You guys. All right, let's find out what he did here. So I'm gonna zip off each one of these, and they're teeny tiny. So I get to do it the old-fashioned way. And we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna do beepy beepy mode. I'm gonna turn that down for now. You probably can't hear it because I got all this other crap noise going on, but I'm pretty certain. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't want to take this thing back out to try to figure it out. Well, okay, so the white is touching. And it's not touching anything else. So I got lucky. The white is touching, but what about the yellow and the red? So I don't want to assume, but if it were me, I would make them all touch myself, but just so, but you only need the one, so okay. So far the red is touching as well. And I'm gonna also assume then that the yellow is also touching. All right, let's just find out if I'm incorrect or not. Okay, so he's using all 3 together. So that's good to know, which then means that the ground, which is the jacket or the sleeve or whatever, the shield, is then the only thing touching there. So let's confirm that. Hold still, please. Uh-oh, that's a little scary. Oh, that doesn't help anything. That's why. That was a me thing. That was me. That was me. It was not anything else other than me. Okay, cool. El Solido. We know what he did. We beepy-beepied things. Now we know. If you don't know, now you know. Now, I'm not going to say that I'm super stoked to have 3 wires like that, but they are very teeny tiny wires. So what I'm going to do is strip off a little bit more out of each one, and then we're going to combine them into one, and then I'm going to cut all this excess crap that we have here off because we don't need it. And then I will get a small thing of shrink tubing, and we'll put it over the end. So bear with me while I get my teeth in on these things. Yeah, that's right. I'm doing it with my teeth. 'Cause balls. Okay. I'm gonna put those together like so. That looks pretty decent. I will take that. Are you gonna stay put for me? No, of course not. Will you stay put out there? Yes, you will. 'Cause of course you will. All right, got a low temp on. lower temp on. Let's see if this is going to be way too much. And I'm going to drag it back just a little bit. Don't want to melt any wires today. We just want it to be tinned like that. Okay, we are now tinned. So now what I need to do is find some shrink wrap. I don't need the super shrink wrap though. I just want nice thin shrink wrap. But do I have? So this is out. I am going to use different colors. I'm going to use white and black. But I would prefer, I don't know if this stuff's going to fit over that. Hold on, I'm going to double check something here real quick. Wait, I have one out. It would be cool. I don't think that's actually going to work. So I'd love to use this size if I could, but I don't think it's going to work. So I'm going to have to use the next size up. That means I also need to find black in that size, which... Ah, man. I don't know that I got any left. Dang it. I don't know. Oop, 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 oop. Oh, that's the heavy duty stuff. I think we're just going to have to go with the heavy duty stuff. I'm going to find that in the white as well. Hold on. I know I got the white stuff. The white stuff. I've got the white stuff, baby. Something, something I don't know. I've got the white stuff, baby. Oh, girl, you don't want to know. I'm from that era. I am from that era. That one's a little bit shorter. How's this one? A little bit longer. I'm gonna go with that one then. The days of yore, when boy bands were actually boy bands. But all right, how do I want to do this? I want to make black the return, so we're gonna go with the black stuff here, and I'm gonna go all the way up to the tippy tip, because that's what I want to do. I'll tell you what I want, what I really want. I wanna. Are you gonna be my brother? Are you gonna be my friend? Sorry. I'll tell you what I want. Shrink! Ow, before you burn my fingers. There it is. There it is. I am a kid at heart. There's a reason my friends don't hang out with me. Alright, I'm going to get that to kind of arc over a little bit before it hardens. So this is master volume, and this is the center wiper. Okay, so we're gonna put it on the center wiper. Okay, let's see here. Melt. Go in there home. All right. I think that is in the hole. I wish it was kind of further out like this one is, but for now, I definitely don't want this thing laying there like that. That's all negative feedback stuff. So I may need to come up with another solution here and have it fall in there like that or something like that. We'll deal with that later. We'll see how much of a problem that thing's going to be for me. So we're gonna go with white. Now the reason I'm going with white is generally like the hot, or this, you know, the hot, right? So we're gonna go with white as being the hot. The send to. Fuck, what kind of freaking electrical tape do you use, Elam? Bruh! This stuff is something else. Let it go. Let it be, let it be. Yeah, let it be, yeah, let it be. Saying words of wisdom, let it be. Now you know why I'm not the singer. Dang, you're gonna have to bail, Sloth. You're missing out, man. But thank you for coming in, dude. I appreciate it. I'm sad to see you go, but you have a wonderful afternoon. And just know that when you come back, this thing will be done. We'll have made noise through the effects loop, which will hopefully just work when we turn it on. It's going to be a little scary at first. I'm not worried about Elam's work. I'm worried about my work and how it's going to affect things. Another thing I'm kind of minorly fearful of is how... shut up. Sorry. Somebody's trying to yell at me over here. So the... words. The send into the effects loop, I'm pretty certain is going to be on the hot side. Like, I'm willing to bet that we will be able to overload the... Say it, don't spray it. Overload the input of the effects loop. And that may or may not be a problem. So... Oh, this one has 4 wires. What? The other side only... I must have cut one inadvertently. It's alright. 3 wires is more than enough, methinks. I don't think we need 4 wires trying to go in there. So I will remove the black wire. Well, shit. Hold on. We better double check on things here. Best to double check. So this should not have any contact with ground at the moment. It does not. It does not. It has no contact there. It only has contact there. Okay. So what I want to do now is double check. Maybe he used the black along with the shield. Either that or I got super lucky and the black wire is in there and not part of the circuit somehow. I might have gotten lucky. We're going to find out, right? Meow. Okay, he does use it as a hot. So, I got lucky. This is really what it is. I'm not going to take it apart. We got lucky. That's all there is to it, so. Sorry. Excuse me. So here's what I'm going to do, though, to make sure it's not going to be a problem. I'm not going to put all 3 wires in there. I'm going to cut this one a little long. And we'll just bury it in the, whatchamacallit. So we still only have the same 3 wires sticking out. Not that it matters that much, but I just don't. We don't need 4 wires in there. That's all. Sorry, you get to see the top of my balding ass head. Did I get you? I got you. I want to go just a little bit deeper maybe on that one. I'm going to go just a little bit more. I'm going to go a little bit more on the red too. Yeah, check out Andy's channel. But not right now. You got to go after I'm done. It's my turn right now, okay? Tell Andy to quit his freaking thing and come and visit mine. I'm just teasing. Definitely check out Mr. Andy Lederman. Although, if he's not careful, his current channel is going to turn into what his other channel was. Not necessarily a bad thing. I know that he wanted to try to keep this one out of YouTube trouble. And also make his other channel a little bit more monetization friendly. I'm just an asshole though, don't listen to me. Go check out his channel, that's all you need to know. All right. And we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna give this one a little bit of a kick here while it cools and solidifies. Keep it pure. His was it his cousin last night that was on there with him? Shane. I don't know if they're cousins or nephews, whatever they are. I know that they're related, but homeboy was funny. I think he might be hurting a bit today. It looked like he was tying one on for sure. Really? Come on, get the hell in there. There you go. All right. There it is. Okay. I'm just trying to find a home for these things here where I feel like they're not going to cause any problems. Okay. I think we're at a point now where we can see if we've made any horrid decisions. If we turn the amp on, we will be able to tell if the thing works or not. Of course, the wife has to be freaking doing laundry right now, which means it's going to be very difficult to hear if there are any major problems. So I might have to put her stuff on hold for a minute while I work that out. Excuse me. But first, before we go any further, because we are at one of those pinnacle moments in time, it's time to bust out our Maker's Mark glass with our Maker's Mark, because now we're playing dirty, we're playing heavy now. Oh joy. I'm gonna turn that off. We shouldn't need that on anymore. If everything is going right, the 12 of you that are left right now, we were at like 18 for a moment there. The few that had to leave are shit out of luck because they're missing out on a pinnacle moment right now. Oh yeah, the amp is looking a snazzy. A super snazzy. Alright. I need another guitar cable. What did I do with all my guitar cables? Hold on, I'm brain farting here. I have a cobble here. I found all my cobbles. Alright, so we're gonna go into the front of the amp directly with a 10-foot cable. Alright, so that's gonna be this guy right here. Okay, so this is going to be our cable that goes in to the face of the amp. This is going to be my return here. So this is going to go here. We're going to turn the amp on first though and make sure nothing goes kablooey. I don't think anything's going to go kablooey. I'm not worried about it, to be honest, but before we go too crazy, we're going to do that. All right, so here's there. Those I know are not going to work there, but gravity is going to pull them away. So we are going hot with the amp, so we will need a speaker cable. That's that. And here is the power. Amp is in the off position. All right, more or less what I'm worried about or concerned with at this point in time is noise. Are we gonna have any hiss? Are we gonna have any buzz? Is there gonna be anything that really pisses this thing off? So that's where we're at right now. Cheers, thank you. I don't know about a work of art, but it is definitely coming together. I'm bummed a little bit about the backside there, having put some super glue on my finished wood, but where are we at with this thing? All right, so the washing machine is like this freaking far away from being done, so we're just gonna waste some time for a minute. I guess we can just turn this thing on. We do got to be mindful of that. That is now hot. So this thing here, the way it works is that the ground is on the outside and that little gold pin in the middle is where the hot comes in. I'm just doing some double checking here. Nothing else has been changed. So this is either going to work or it ain't. Click. It might take a few moments. Well, it takes a few moments because we're waiting for that thermistor down there to heat up. One of those little treats I was talking about that is coming up is this little camera. This is why I was late. Started late today. I was looking for this thing. I sat it down somewhere and forgot where exactly it was that I sat it down at. I am going to do some thermal imaging of this thing just for S's and G's to kind of see what actually gets hot or not. I haven't heard any pops. Things are either working or they're not. Of course, I don't hear any buzzes either. Oh, I had it set for clean before. That's what it was. So we're not going to hear any buzz. So hold on. Let me make sure I didn't furk anything up. Really? Really? All right. Bear with me here. Aha, the return. So when the return is in, or when the amp is on, and you have the return turned all the way down, it will kill the volume. Doesn't seem to bother anything until you turn it all the way up. That's positive feedback there, so we're gonna figure all that out. It could be because we're literally just killing this thing with gain. But now it's bypassed. Sorry, bear with me while I'm working this out here. Well, when it's in, we've only got level problems when the things are on. So let's get the effects loop in circuit now and make sure that nothing's gonna go wrong that way. So what I'm gonna do is carefully run this up and over here. So this is my send into the amp, or into the effects, that is. And then this one is my return. So this is coming back from the effects loop, so it is doing a thing. I can hear noise, even though we are bypassed. Oh, wait. That one's bypassed. My apologies. And it says BP right on it, so that is correct. Okay, I know what's part of my problem is right now. Hold on a second. Hold on. Bear with me. I heard some effects though. have an issue. So the polarity works. So you can actually hear how the but we got a lot of volume lost here when it's in, but when I turn it up, we get a lot of noise. So that's out of phase. So what I need to do is set my mix to 100% and 100%. So I got a little bit of a noise issue. It's definitely because I'm plugged into two different power sources. I'm gonna try something here real quick. Bear with me. It works. We got some noise issues though, but we're gonna try something here. So I am going to unplug that. So I was going through the whole pedal board. We don't need to go through the whole pedal board. It's more or less what was going on. But then power-wise, we're literally coming off of two different power sources. So what I'm going to do is hope that this thing is long enough. It looks like it is. I'm going to plug it into the same power source. Oh, you monkey fucking son of a... Sorry, language. And where'd that power thing get? Right there. Okay, so now let's see if it changes its attitude. So right now the only thing plugged in is the effects loop, but the effects loop is coming from the same power source as the amp. We'll see if that cleans it up. Well, it works. I do not have enough level, actually do not have enough level going in at the moment. So let's try things the other way. So that is the effects loop off. That is effects loop on. Let me try something else with the effects loop here, or the effects. It's delay, reverb, that is fine, that is fine. Reverb mix all the way up, delay mix all the way up. And the fucking washing machine decided that it wasn't gonna finish its cycle. It's almost there. Okay, so after adjusting a couple things, it seems to be right now that I need to access that little knob that was down there that I was talking about. We actually need to increase it and expand the amount of level that's going over here. As I turn the send up, the buzz is gone. So we've worked that part out. But I'm not seeing enough. I'm not seeing enough level. So my effects device that I have has like a gate system in it, or a ducking system, and I can see the level coming in to operate the gate. Well, it's not operating, so I'm not getting enough send level in order to make it do what it's supposed to do. So I actually need to increase the level going into it. That's what I'm saying. Words. The downer is, and now you can see why we need maybe less level. I don't know. I can play around with it, but I need to turn the return up. you can't turn the return down because as you turn the return down, it damps the volume out. All right, let me, I'm gonna get the, let me turn the delay off. So I'm gonna get rid of the delay altogether. And I'm also gonna play, so the reverb unit has several different settings. And I'm gonna play with those to make it right. Not settings, but like you can plug it in different ways. All right, let's see if we can work the delay back in. much all the knobs straight up right there. I'm quite smitten with it. I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just trying to, I might make some shorts. I'm just trying to expose this thing. There is some interaction with the return for sure. It's almost like it needs to be up all the way, but you can hear we get some problems. But then that's with the send all the way down. But as I turn the send all the way up, but you can't turn the return down, otherwise it takes the volume with it. So there's a balancing point. But it will do the infinite sustain thing. We know that it works. Enough with that. I'll get in touch with Elam a little bit more, kind of figure out like what I might need to do. I wasn't expecting the interaction on the return level. Now, that's not the end of the world, but it does, I can see where I'm going to have a problem. As you recall, when this thing was at the low gain settings, if you turn the return up loud enough, it actually does start to feed back. Now, it might actually start to feed back because of where it's laying in here. I still need to play with that. I will do that else, some other time. So that's cool. Everything is working. Let's see here. How hot does that thing actually get? It's pretty warm, actually. The thing that was getting warm is the dropping resistor for the circuitry. I'll check with him and see if there's anything I might be missing or might need to do. As of what I can tell right now, I need to increase the send level, maybe? I can get plenty of level, but I don't see it coming in on my effects loop. Like, there's so little of it, and it takes so little of it in return to get anywhere with this thing. I need to figure that out. So I'll talk with Elam a little bit more about that. Let's move forward. right now we know that the amp works. I'm just going to tighten some things up here a little bit. And I kind of like where that one's at right now. Kind of like that one. Okay. It's good and tight. I like that. All right, let's put some tools away. And let's get some other work done here. It's time to get some more work on the cabinet done. I wish I didn't have to do more work than needed, because unfortunately I'm going to have to redo some things, but that back panel might have to get touched up a little bit. We'll deal with that in a bit. All right. So as you can tell, that was with the gain all the way up too, by the way. So this thing is pretty stable in that regard. It's a very effective effects loop. I'm not used to how it works at the moment, but we'll come back around on that. I'm hoping I don't have. Well, I don't think I can have these things backwards. I'll have to double check, but I'm almost positive that we got it right. So I wasn't expecting the interaction, but I guess it makes sense that the return would have some interaction with the level, because it is after the effects loop. But I was hoping it wouldn't be that dramatic, but when it works, it seems to work quite effectively. It is a parallel effects loop, so it's not a series effects loop. So you do need to have effects that are wet only, or have a mix knob. So I'm using a Seymour Duncan, like, what do you call it? It's a Dark Sun, so it's got a bunch of different little settings in there that you can play with, and I was dinking around with those when we got it to where we got it. So, let's see here. Offset, you're the only one talking right now. I will try to make some shorts. I will definitely try to make some shorts. We'll see. We'll see. I've been just so busy lately that I really haven't had time to do stuff like that. So this guy we're going to move for right now, so we can get the cabinet back over, because we got a couple little things to do with that yet still. One of those things is we need to put that aluminum plate in. And I think, yeah, they are starting to shrink up already. So the corners, as you can see, are already starting to shrink up into the cabinet, and they will shrink some more. The only one that's a little egregious is this one here, and I think even that one we can still get it. This one isn't as good as I would like either, and unfortunately that one is on the top, but they almost always invariably have some little bit of gap going on, but it's not horrible bad. The back side where I had some of the squish out is not going to be hard to fix. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Like, you can barely see even as it is. There's a little bit in the top loop of the L and a little bit on the ass end of the L over here. So in there and here, that I think is going to be fixable without having to do anything crazy. So oh, cool. Misfit, welcome in, man. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate that. Hopefully you find something out of this channel that is valuable to you. All right, so at this point, we need to check and make sure before I bury it, right, that this thing here is going to work. So I am going to get the amp back over, but we're going to get this thing set up in such a way where I think I can get the amp turned on and get this thing attached. I might have to get crafty with it. Because this thing here needs to come around and then get into that and touch that thing, and then we should see the lights kick off. I haven't made a jumper type system for that yet. That is something I need to think about in the future. I am going to plug this in because we are going to plug the power back in. Let's see here. I don't want to die. That is correct. I don't want to die. That is correct. All right, so let's see here. I'm gonna turn out a couple of lights to make it a little bit easier to see. Okay, so if I turn this thing on, I'm gonna turn the master volume down. We don't need to hear that crap. Click. All right, so when I snap this thing in there, what we should see is gonna be light action. I see some light action. I see 1, Okay, you can't see it, I can see it. See the light on my hand there? That one's working. You can't see the other one, but I can, and I can tell you it's working. All right, we got lights. Don't need to worry about that anymore. Sorry, that was brutal, to say the least. It's just all the little baby steps. There's so many little things to these. So many little things. It's not just churn and burn, unfortunately. Okay, so we can now put the aluminum piece in. That is this guy here that I'm talking about. Now, something I want to check real quick. Yes, the holes are big enough-ish. Okay. Okay, I do not like that. I do not like that. So the ferrules, this is how far I've gone ahead. Hold on, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So see these holes right here? They need to be enlarged a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. The reason being is that I went based off of standard dimensions. All right, so these feet, the holes for the feet, those guys there, are supposed to be X distance apart, yada, 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 right? So I made that standard, but unfortunately, so this will go this way. Yes, this way. So it actually goes on the amp like this. So you can see how it fits between the two sides. That is intentional. But you see these little ferrules there, right? The nutserts. They don't center around these holes very well. In fact, it's not even close to centered even in and of itself. This one is fine. That one's off there. So what we're going to do is make these holes a little bit bigger because I don't want this thing sitting on top of these. There's like a 32nd of an inch lip on those. So I'd rather make these holes bigger so that they're certain to clear them. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. More or less what I'm getting at is when this thing sets in there, I want those little ferrules right there to sit around the hole, or the hole to be around them. So even if they're off center a little bit, it's not like the end of the world. So I'm going to get something to make the holes just a wee bit bigger. And we're gonna drill. Yay, we're gonna drill. And I'm gonna go 2 sizes bigger, because why not? So I'm just gonna make them big. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's get this other side here. Okay, one more hole. All right, there we go. Made some more metal shavings. That's how you know it was a real show anyway. All right, so now the only one that's going to be close is that one there and this one here. And I think if I go one size bigger, it will clear absolutely in every single direction possible. So I'm going to go one size bigger yet still, all the way around. So the only thing that we're concerned with on this piece right now is that it touches at all. All right, so it only has to touch. That's it, no more, no less. But it's already gonna raise the amp up a little bit. So we're not trying to raise another 32nd of an inch. We don't want the amp sitting in their kitty corner, you know what I mean? Like one side, one corner on, one corner off sort of thing. We want it to be that no matter where it sits in there, it's not gonna sit on those things. And that looks like it will function perfectly, even though it's upside down. This is technically gonna go exactly as we see it right now. And with that, we are clear all the way around. Okay. It is good. It is good. All right. So we can put this aside for now. We need to clean the bottom because I just made a mess out of it with my sweaty arms. I am going to use, what do I want to use? Do I want to use acetone? I think I'm going to use acetone. All right, let me set this over here. We're going to use some acetone and clean the bottom there. Make sure. So what we're going to use is this super glue tape here. So that's some of this stuff here. It's basically this really thin tape that's super duper sticky. They call it super glue tape. I don't know if it really is or not, but they say it is. And I think I ran through my tube of whatchamacallit. So we're going to open up a new one. Yay! I ran out yesterday. Have another no, wait, you know what? Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Bam! I had one out already. We don't need much. It's just to clean the one side. Oh, sorry guys. I'm actually tired. All right, that should be all we need here. Don't want my sweaty arm prints all over everything here. So this is the beauty side here that we're looking at, I think. No, this is the beauty side. But I also got my sweaty arm marks on that. We'll clean this up a little bit more once we actually get it in, but okay. That's good, see? We got a little bit more of that stuff on there. So on this side here, we had some red. When it was new, it still had the red, like 6061 or whatever written on it. So that's just all cleaned off now. So what we need to do on this inside here is dust that off to make sure that there's no dust there. So we're going to take our little duster here and we're just going to not try to furk anything up. Yeah, we're going to try to fuck things up. Jesus criminies. All right. A couple things we'll have to touch up there. That left a little bit of a mark. Not much. Yeah. If it were easy, everybody would be doing it. All right, and what we're going to do is take this thing here and we're going to stretch it the whole length of the front side here. Again, I know you can't really see that. Don't you worry, you're not really missing much. You just need to know that it's there. And we're going to go the full width. So this stuff is pretty sticky, so once you get it on there, you want to make sure wherever you're putting it is where it's going to go. Because you don't get many opportunities with this stuff. I think that's far enough back that we won't see it. I want to go to there. Okay, I think that's good. Should have done the back first, what I should have done. And then I'm going to cut it right there. Sure, why not? It's not the end of the world, it's just to hold it into place. We'll double check. If it isn't right, then we'll pull it up and try again. Let's just make sure it's going to work correct. So I just want to put this in here and make sure that it's not going to show when I center it on the thing. And it is just going to work. Yeah, we're going to be just okay right there. That's on the far front edge. All right, so this thing here, we're going to take it on out. Now we're going to do the back. Same to the back. Except for the back's going to be a little less fun than the front. I'll show you that too here in a moment. So this one, we don't have to worry about any holes. Oh, my wife has some friends coming over. The friend that she has coming over, though, is freaking awesome. I like her a lot. She's a cool chick. So my wife, I've mentioned it before, she helps homeless people get housing, in particular veterans. Hello. What's up?
You're fine, I'm just checking.
Oh, okay, your laundry did complete.
Yeah, I
So,
actually need something like that.
of course you do. Hold on, I'll move this thing. Ugh. God, it's getting hot in here. I'm all sweaty and stuff. No, I'm just pitching my bitch. All right. So, put that away. It's time for another drink. We're 3 hours and 19 minutes into this. We're actually going a little bit faster than I thought we would, to be honest. So, I was expecting about a 4-hour thing, so that's about what it's going to be. So what we've done is we put some tape here, and you can see I was trying to bridge the gap between there. There's a hole that goes around that, and I didn't want you to see the tape through the hole, and I didn't want you to see the tape through the ass end of the thing. Same with on the back there. Now the back is non-incidental, right? We just don't, you know, whatever. So the way that I do this is I peel off a little bit from each corner and I tuck it over. So we only have like just about an inch of either side going there. And I do the same in the back. And then when I stick the piece on there, it'll stick on one end, and then you can kind of pull it and make sure it stays put. And then you go back and you just peel it across, right? But we want it to go in there square and not be crooked, because once it's, I'm going to tell you right now, this super glue tape is no freaking joke. Once it is in there, it is in there, okay? Okay? So what I need to do when I'm putting it in is make sure it stays put, but we want it to get in there and set kind of like that. So you can't see the tape on either side of this, and it's in there like that, and it's centered around those holes. That's it. No more, no less. And I need to learn to look at the camera when I'm doing that. I'm trying to look at that to see what you're seeing. Not realizing like I'm looking away from you, not at you or at the thing. I need to just work on the part, not on the screen. I'm going to get better at this. I promise you, I'm going to get better at this. We're working on it. I am aware of my shortcomings. How's that? Let's see here. I drank 3 big energy drinks. Yes, sir. I have not had my second Red Bull for the day yet. I've only had my one, but I do have some in there. All right, so I want to make sure that that is nice and compressed into the wood. I want to burnish it a little bit. By burnishing it, I mean pressed very tightly into the wood, because we don't want it to come apart ever. Now what I'm going to do is get me a sharp implement a la razor blade, and I'm going to pick off the corners of the backing. So this is like double-sided sticky tape is what it is. And I'll show you what I'm talking about here once I get the corners kind of undone here. And you get one shot with this crap, by the way. You fuck it up, you're done. Just saying. Now, what's nice about this stuff is that the these little tabs here. This is actually about as thick as the glue itself is, but you can just kind of see it. It's clear, but you can just kind of see the outline of it there. And again, I'm looking at the thing, not at you, or at the work. All right, you can just kind of see it there. So it's really, really thin. But now we got to go to the other side and get that side doing. This side's always a little more challenging. You just got to be careful because you don't want to peel off the old, or not the old. You only want to peel off the backing, not the freaking super glue tape. The words would come out of my mouth. There we go. You want to be careful too not to get your fingers stuffed up on anything either. So more or less what I do is I get it centered where it's going to go. Push down the ends, and then peel out the rest. So here goes nothing. I'm gonna get this thing lined up. What's nice about the little tabs being like that is it allows you to kind of float it in place before it touches down, which means you have half a chance of getting it aligned before it actually, you know, gets glued into place. Because you want the thing to be centered. And I think that's going to be pretty freaking good right there, to be honest. I'm gonna just have to say that's it. I like it. Okay, so I'm going to go tack, tack. And so what I've done now is I've tacked the four corners, so now the piece isn't going to go anywhere, right? But now the fun joy is peeling these things out without peeling it off, you know, pulling it off the thing. Now, if you do this just right, I think you can basically just, oops, see how it kind of lifted there? You can kind of do like this sort of number here. This stuff is pretty thick though, so it tries to lift off. I'm going to use the back side as kind of like my guide, if you will. And hope to God this doesn't rip it. It's trying to rip it. There it goes. Came right on off. Now what we can do is press it down. Once you get one side down like that, the other side probably doesn't matter much, because now you know that the other side's gonna freaking just go where it needs to go. Now, with any luck, this thing is centered enough that it won't be a problem. I think we're gonna be all right though. So what I mean by that is where the amp sits in the space versus, you know, this back and forth. The hope is that it's not sitting on the lip here on one side when it's all the way in. We're not going to know until I put the amp inside. So we're just going to pray to God I got it right. And thank you. All right, came about. All right. Okay, so now we can slip the amp inside, but the way that we're going to do this is we're going to take this, we're going to put it upside down. Okay, so I'm going to slide the amp in upside down. It's a little brave. Believe you me, it's brave. It is a leap of faith, but it is kind of the way it was intended to be done. Now, you can do it the other way, but I'm trying to not scratch up the bottom plate at the moment. Basically, we want to see that it's going to go in like this, because that is the determining factor on a lot of things with this thing. So more or less the way this works is you get it up as high as you can into the amp, and you just kind of push it in, and you get it as deep as you can first before letting it just set. Right now, it is setting on top of those wood pieces that are in there. And it is clearing. And it is in. Okay? So, to give you an idea what's going on, There it is. It's just sitting in there. It was sitting on these boards when I slid it in, okay? And see how gravity works? All right. So now you can take it and flip it over. I'm not going to drag this thing around too much. I still have wet, whatchamacallit there. We don't want to fuck that up. Okay. I can tell you already that we are okay. Whatever we did is going to work just dandily. Except for in the back there, I'm wondering if I need to add some clearance on something. Because it is sticking out just a little bit. This side's okay. But then again, I don't have the screws in on the bottom. Let's see if the screws are going to go in. Let's get the right tool first. I'm pretty sure it's this one. It is this one. All right. Okay, so this is another moment of truth right here. That goes in. Just right in the hole. I like going kitty corner, so I'm gonna get this corner here. Now this side might be a little off. Nope, it went right in. I know you couldn't see it because my fat freaking head's in the way. So far, we're 2 for 2. 3 for 3. Again, my fat head's in the way. So, given all those fitting exactly like that, yeah, it's just going right in there. I think. Ooh, this one's a little bit off. There it goes. Now it's in. This one's a little bit tighter. But it's in there. So, I don't know if you could tell, but this thing started sucking in when I started to tighten it up. See it suck in a little bit there? Okay, that's in there. That's a little bit on the fat side here. So, on the back, because it might be sitting up a little bit, if the back of the, we're going to be able to tell as soon as we turn it over. I didn't put the thing in either, so that thing's floating around in there. This thing's going to have to come back out, but no, it's, oh, see, it isn't all the way back. Okay, so over here, see that little bit of air right there? It's probably that this back plate here, the top of the faceplate is just hitting the corner of this guy right there. There's like a little ledge that comes down. If it's hitting that, it will not suck in tight like this side is here. See how there's no air gap? But notice I have this amp pointing face down. She ain't going nowhere. She is one with the amp. So we need to work out something going on over here as to why it's not going in all the way. There's something that is interfering, and I get the feeling it's down in the back there. We'll have to figure that out. This side is fine though. So there you go. That's how this thing fits in there. But let's do what we were supposed to do the first time and get that little electronic piece put in, because we'd like to see the lights work, wouldn't we? I think it would be nice if we could see the lights working. Now it could be that back corner, we were talking about those little nutserts. It could be that nutsert isn't down low enough, and it's sitting on top of that little thing. We won't know until we get this thing back out and we can see where it's hitting or pressing against stuff. We might be able to get lucky and peel the thing off and move it a little bit if need be, but maybe not. I don't know. That's good. So now comes the fun part. So we got to pull this thing out. Now it should, because now it's fallen down, it should clear the plastic, and it does. I can already tell. Now let's take our little electronical piece here and see if we can get that to connect. This is the part that I hated, because in the last one it was like buried down in there. But I made sure to put it a little bit closer, but I still can't freaking feel where it's at. There it is. Okay, that went. That did. It's sitting in there. Okay, so here's the next test that we're going to do. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, whatever. I'm only going to put 2 feet in for right now. I'm going to do this foot and maybe that foot. Just to keep it from coming out. That's good. Or do I put them all in? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm just realizing I got to put it on the feet so we can see the light work. So this side's a little bit off. And this is not the side that's problematic for us either. So I'll loosen that up a little bit until you can figure out which direction it needs to go. It's actually good. The direction it's trying to go right now is trying to pull it deeper into the chassis, and it's perfect. I know this is not exciting, guys. I apologize. This is the process that I go through for every amp that I build. Okay, so we got that now. All right, now what we're going to do is put in the faceplate piece. And the way that works, you put one side in. Oh my God, I'm just like sweaty. It's warm in here right now. Right there, nice and tight. Then we're going to do this. And because of the way this amp works, unless I peel out the power tubes, we always have to have a load connected. Now, when I turn this thing on, one of 2 things is going to happen. We're either going to have a lot of sparky, boom, boom, because that freaking piece didn't go where it was supposed to, or it's going to freaking work. And what do you know? It's working. It's working. Now, it will not look as shaded like that when the plastic's off. I have the protective plastic on it right now. So when that comes off, you don't really notice anything. It just looks the same all the way across. All right, so we've done good things. Sorry, this thing's a little bit heavy, by the way. I want to say this thing's going to land close to, I'm going to bet 45 pounds after everything's all said and done. The cabinet itself is pretty damn heavy. Not that 45 pounds is heavy, but I mean, that's heavy for an amp. All right. Bah, stupid. All right, so now what we need to do is kind of figure out where this thing is sitting on the metal plate and find out what we got to do to make it so that the one side, this side here, goes all the way to the back, because right now it's not going all the way to the back. So that's what we got to figure out. First things first, we got to take out our plate. And now I can slide this thing out. And if I did everything right, which I generally do pretty good about, this thing will just pop off. Boop, it does. Good old magnet for you. And we're gonna get it a little, most of the way out, and then you want to get hands on. And we should be able to just suck it on out, which we are. Now I'm going to set it back down in the other cradle. And it looks like we are in. I think we are. Okay, so now what I'm going to look at is the metal base plate here. Why are we not able to go all the way back? So, things I was talking about with interference is back in here. So the side that we were having a trouble with was this side here, if I'm not mistaken. Just dusting. Got my freaking fingerprints all over things I don't want my fingerprints all over. I can kind of see a spot there as to why that would be problematica. Kind of see. Let's see if I see anything on the plate down here that is any give me's. Does not look like I have any. I think we're going to be okay in that regard. Alright, so it appears to me, based on what I can glean, is that we just need to bop that side down a little bit further. This side here is flush, but this side over here is moved a little bit. And if I could keep from getting marks back on here, that would be great. It's the only downside to having a mirror. It's really difficult to keep it clean. That's the only thing I can think of, is that the thing needs to push back. So we just need to get a little more aggro with it. It will work. Okay. Okay. Starting to burn out a little bit over here. My apologies. It's a little warm in here. A little sweaty. I'm all sweaty. Why am I all sweaty? I don't understand. Okay. Let's see here. I'm thinking is what I'm thinking right now. I'm just doing some thinking. Is there anything else I need to do before I lock this thing up? Objectively, I don't want to remove this any more than I have to, that sort of thing. Right now, everything's fitting really well, with the exception of that one little spot. I think we know what we need to do with that now. So I'm not as concerned anymore about that. That's looking good. That's looking good. Yeah, I think we're looking pretty dang good, to be honest. I'm just going to allow that to fall is what I'm going to do. Okay. Okay. I'm going to put it back together, and we're going to get some completed shots with it. And I think we'll call it a day for this one. Once we get it back together, we'll maybe play it for a few more minutes. We're in a good spot. I'm quite smitten. I got some tidying up to do, obviously, because I've made some marks in places I didn't want to leave marks, but as things go, it's done. It is playable. It does make noise. And I cannot stress enough getting this in there about as far as you can before you let it go. But also, you don't really have to worry about it too much because it will go. There's that. And that definitely clicked in there. I can tell that it did. So underneath, you can't see. Right about here is where that little magnet piece is. And that cable had that little L hook on it. And I got it just right. So when you have the amp out here enough that you can get in there, you just move the cable up there and it'll suck itself up, but it's at an angle to the thing, right? And then, you know, it's at an angle. And then as you move it in, it kind of squares itself up and just sits there. That's all. So that's all it's doing right now, is just working itself out. Okay, that side's good. Okay, this is the side that we got to work a little bit on that. No, that's actually really good. Yeah, we're going to be all right. We're good. All right, so now what we're going to do... Yeah, that's okay. Okay, we're good. We good. So this piece here, I got something on it, darn it. Of course, because why wouldn't I have? Some fluid of some sort. So these are semi-directional. I didn't label them as such, but I think it kind of makes sense which one goes where. I think it would be smart to put the bottom in first. I did label the bottom, and the arrow points to the front. So it goes like that. And it goes click. This probably isn't the way I'd want to put this together like this. I would do it upright. I'm doing it this way for you guys because it's a little bit easier for you to see what I'm actually doing here. This is not the right size screwdriver for these screws that I'm using, but it's the only one that fits depth-wise in here. So just be aware of that. I do have other tools that I have for this, but they're noisy. Actually, you know, I wonder, I'm gonna do this first. I'm gonna put the feet on first. Okay, we're just gonna get the feet on because we want that thing to be where it's gonna be. Boop. There's that one. This one over here seems to be the one that's problematic for us for whatever reason. There it goes, just falls right in. Love it when it does that. Just needs to be pushed back ever so slightly. This one's got air around it even. That one's gonna be good. Okay, and then this one, it wants to go back. There it is. You just have to push it a little bit. Things have not settled into place yet is all. So we're gonna force it kind of in the spot. And then when we give it the ooga oogas. You don't have to crank it too much with the feet, but there you go. Now it's in the hole. Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna get this far side over here. Ugh, it is warm out here today. I am sweating. So sweaty. Now the one thing I have not done yet is take off the plastic. I will wait to do that until a little bit later. Especially with me being as sweaty as I currently am. Ugh, feel disgusting right now, but because of that, I don't want to freaking get any schmoo everywhere. So I'm just gonna take it easy. Now, somehow or another, I didn't plan this out, but it just happened to work out that the distances I picked on all these holes, they kind of landed like right between everything. It worked out. That's all I'm saying. The thing that sucks, and I probably should have done it before I went this far, is you need to check the lights to make sure they come on. Because if you go and you put all this stuff on and the light doesn't come on, that's going to be a bad day. So, do the lights come on? Yay! The lights come on. You can just see it right there. So the lights will come on before the amp actually fires up. They are on a separate module, so you don't have to worry about that. The lights will be the first thing to fire up. And then the thermistor takes a moment to heat up. And then after the thermistor fires up, then the rest of the amp will come on. So, what do we got? The lights. You don't have to crank these in too much. Do be mindful. This thing is pretty much there for looks. This fascia piece. It does hold the amp in, believe it or not. The amp is not going anywhere. Absolutely not going anywhere. Pound not moving. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't want to crank these things into place ridiculously. Master volume's down. All right, so we got the two top sides up. I don't think it matters which way you put this one in there. As I recall, I did it pretty good. And that one doesn't fit the way I want it to in that orientation. As I recall, these were a little bit tighter the last time though. Oh, that's why. Semi-directional. Semi-directional. When I took it apart, the amp was the other way around. So this is actually the piece that goes over here. Imagine that. I bet it fits a little bit tighter now. Or a little bit better anyway, yeah. Imagine that. I don't want it in that orientation though. There is a direction that it does fit better. That is the direction you want to go. But of course, that thing is in there. Golly. I did good work. I did good work. I mean that because I built it as if it were never going to come apart, which means it's tight. Okay, this thing needs to go the other direction though. This is what it is. Oh, what do you know? All right. Sorry. Ugh. There, now you can actually see what I'm doing here. Talk about a tight fit. I like tight fits. I hope you do too. Because this thing's a tight fit. Now, before you put this other side on, you'll notice that we did not put the light piece in yet. You can put the thing in with one side together. So, it would probably be smart to put the light in currently, or now, as opposed to waiting. Well, let me rephrase that. You can put it in first before you do anything, which would probably be the smart thing to do. Or you can do what I'm going to do, which is wait and put it in now, after I wipe down my grimy ass fingerprints. Alright, so the light will go in there. Now I am going to peel off the plastic now. And hopefully not get my fingerprints. Well, I'm going to get fingerprints all over it. There's no two ways around it. We always end up with fingerprints on something. But I am going to take this thing off. There we go. Sorry, I know it's satisfying to peel this stuff off on your own. But I'm doing it. I get to do it. Alright, so this is the back side, and the hope is that there's no scratches on this thing. I say that because I have made these things before, and like there's small scratches in the plastic, and you're like, I didn't make it through. Yeah, I did. And then you get all pissed off because you're like, damn it, now I gotta do it again. And you think, it only took a minute to freaking, it takes longer to attach this to the wasteboard and all that jazz than it does for it to, you know, CNC out. But there it is. And you can see I got, oh, what the hell is that? See that mark there? See those little marks right there? The hope is that that is just a mark and not actually part of, yeah, nope, it's scratched. Ain't that about a bitch. So, unfortunately, the source that I'm getting these from don't treat these things very well, apparently. And those are perma scratches. So this piece is garbage. I'm going to have to make another one. We'll put it in here for now. But, yeah, garbage. So, I stuffed it in there. as you kind of saw. And then I'm just gonna bend it and bloop, set it in there. So now it's in there. So I just bow it out, tuck it in there on the other side, and Bob's your uncle. But that is kind of a bummer. Unfortunately, that has been my luck on a few of these, is that the manufacturer that I got this acrylic from is not very careful with their material. That is not me. I don't have anything metal around or anything like that that can scratch it like that. And that is permanent. So this is a test piece for future builds. It's not going to be permanent for this one. So the winner of the amp will get a new one that doesn't have any marks in it. But that's what that looks like. Then we get to stick this side in and hope I got it right on the first shot. Close enough. I tried to really get these holes as like centered as I possibly could, so that way it didn't matter which direction it went. But invariably, there's always one that seems to freaking not work. I'm kind of debating. Part of me wants to go the other way. Oh man. Hold on. I think I want to pull this thing out. I'm going to flip it. I think I can make it fit better. I think it'll fit better this way. Yes. Yes, that did exactly what I wanted it to do. All right, cool. Now Luke is happy. Not that it matters, because I got to take it all apart again anyway, but whatever. Whatever. I am that anal retentive. Yes, I am. Now, I would use a different tool for this part, to be honest. Just because it is a little risky using... This is not the right size for these screws that I'm using. It just happens to work for it. But what I do have that would probably be a smarter tool to use, something like this. So it's just a small hex head style one of these. It works really good at getting in tight spots like this one here, which I think I might try to use it on, but let's just see first. I also have this. So this is a doorknob tool. This one's kind of cool because you can take it out and use it as a bit driver too, but this one's a doorknob tool. It works pretty good. But let's just see how this thing does. It's working pretty good. I'm not worried about the nickel piece there. It's going to be okay. I know you can't see what exactly I'm doing, but you just kind of got to know that I'm screwing a screw in. I'm screwing over here, all right? That's all you got to know. Oh man, this came out so good. Oh my goodness. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's the neighbor. Oh yeah, okay. My neighbor's informing me that tomorrow there is no trash. It was nice of him. He's good about that kind of stuff. Keeps me in the loop. To me, it's just another Monday. I get the day off tomorrow, luckily, but to me, it's just another Monday. Because I'm going to be doing housework. Oh my God, everybody. It's time for another drink. There's 13 of you watching this crap. Holy cow. You guys are troopers. This is the boring stuff right here. And this is not a hell of a view. But this is. What do you think about them apples? Let's see if I can get this thing cleaned up a little bit more. And I am going to have to redo that. That is unfortunate. All right. Let's see if there is a way to make it so you can see this. We're going to make it so you can see it at the very least. Gosh darn it. All right, there we go. Oh my god, that looks so amazeballs. You just have to know. That looks amazeballs. Gotta get my trash out. Now we need a handle on this thing. I'm gonna wait on the handle. Well, no, I'll poke the holes. I'll poke the holes and I'll put the handle on. Because we do want to see that. But first, I know you guys want to see the power. I know you want to see this thing light up like it was meant to. And just excuse me while I whip this out. I did leave that in the on position. I knew I did. I don't know how I knew I did, but I knew I did. All right. Click. And that's not where that goes. This goes down here. All right. Ugh. So that's what that does. That makes sense? And hold on, let's do some cool stuff here. It's about to be dark. Ooh. And you're gonna see all the fucking perma scratches from it too. So that's what it does. Make sense? It's a little noisier than I wanted it to be. Not sure what that's from, but there is nothing plugged into the amp too right now, so. And if I could recall where I put that, thank you. So that's what that does. Isn't she pretty? I think we got a little bit of work to do. I think that thing is being affected by the negative feedback loop. And that being the whatchamacallit, the effects loop. It's cute too. All right, well, shoot. Golly, this thing's a fun little amp, man, let me tell you. It's definitely a heavy one too. She a boost. All right, well, let's see here. Let's poke some holes in the top here and put the handle on. So there's the handle. There's that. There's that. Screw 1, screw 2, screw 3, screw 4. Screw you. Let's make sure we got this tool out. I think we're gonna need a bigger one. Yes, we'll use. Actually, I'm gonna use this one to poke the holes, I think. Okay. So first things first, we gotta find the holes. I put the dimple in on one. Yeah, right here. You can't really see it. Maybe we can make it so you can. You can just kind of see it on the screen there. Now at the angle I'm at, I can't see it, dang it. So right there, you can see it. So right over here somewhere is the other one. There it is. So there's those two. So you see those, and then the other one should be right in here somewhere. Hold on, let me get lined up for it. I feel it. And then the other one should be right in there. There we go. And you can just kind of see there's our holes. So I don't want to go crazy. I just want to poke a hole. So I'm going to use my little implement here. And I'm just going to poke a hole right down the middle of them. Boop. It's almost satisfying to do. Almost. It's freaky to do too, though. Now, the reason I don't want to go crazy with the hole is I kind of want them to stay kind of captive. I don't want them to be opened up all the way because this thing here only has so much area that it can, you know, whatever. But now I got to pick which side I want to be the front. You kind of see what I mean, why I wasn't worried about these corners being a little bit darker. See how they kind of evened out a little bit? Like, once these things get faded a little bit, they all kind of invariably work themselves out. So, okay, there's that one. And then there's this one. And don't worry about the fact that they are stretched out like that. This thing will fit. All right, so let's get one of these placed in the hole. Oh, I shoot. I hope to God I didn't need to make those holes larger. Nope, I did not. I was gonna say, I thought I already did all that work. I was like, I know I did all that work. In fact, because I used these to put it in there. There it goes. And interface, it is interfacing. It has interfaced. There it goes. It is interfaced. And one more. Oh man, it's oddly satisfying. Boop, and then interface. We have interfaced. Okay, and then now I will go back with these a little bit later and probably drop a couple drops of thread locker in there. There we go. There it is, and then pull up on the handle and it falls right back down. I'll show you from this angle here. Well, makes sense. And then like that, and then shoop. Ta-da! Beautiful, complete from A to Zinc. How bad is it? Let's see how bad this thing is. Oh, it's a lot better. You can't see what I'm doing. I'm just picking it up and down just to make sure it's going to work. The handles are going to be the weak link. Obviously, you're probably not going to be moving this thing around all that much, but Sloth, you're back just in time, bro. Amp is done, man. The dishes are done, man. Let's see here. I'm going to kind of get this thing set to play. I'm going to shoot for clean again. I think that was where our weak spot was with this effects loop. Let's put some tools away. And golly, I'm so sweaty right now. I don't know if I want to play. I guess I got to redo the strings on that guitar anyway. I'm not going to play my friend's guitar today because of that. It's a little hot out here today, apparently, which is why I'm all sweaty and stuff. And I don't want to get my friend's brand new guitar all schmooed up with my my whatever you want to call it, dankness. Yeah, right. Whoever wins this amp, you're gonna want to get something pristine for this thing. So now you know why I wanted to go with the baby blue. I think this thing really contrasts well. Myself, it matches the back really, really well. Sorry, let's get this thing back around here so you can see it. Right? Like, does that make sense, what we're trying to go for here? A little motif. Let's get some knobs on this. That's going to be less than fun. I didn't think about that fact. Ooh. Those things are buried in there. I might have to take the amp out, put the knobs on, and then put it back in. Yeah, what's a guitar without the shmoo, right? I don't know. He's probably not watching right now. If he is, pipe in, but... 16, there's that. Oh, I also did rebias the amp a little bit hotter. It was about 55% before. I have it set to a solid 60 now. So I put it to a solid 60% bias. You can bias it hotter if you want. I don't think there's any gain to be had from doing so. By that I mean just it's a clean output section. So biasing it hotter might make it sound a little bit warmer, but it's already a pretty warm amp if you ask me. So I don't know that you need to do that. I can show you his guitar. How's that? Let me clean some stuff up a little bit though. And burp upon your ears. That's how you know it's a real show though. I mean, if I didn't burp during one of my shows, it just wouldn't be a real show. Now would it? Now would it? Sorry, I'm just putting some stuff away here. This is gonna get washed. That needs to get washed. Okay, I don't need this out anymore. I'm gonna put that there for now. Oh, do I? No, I'm not going to show you this one yet. I'm going to save that for a whole different episode. That one's going to be an amazing episode. All right, so my friend, for his birthday, I bought him this. I think I have another view. No, this is the view. So I got him this guy here. So this is a Schecter C1 Plus standard, or standard C1 Plus. It's a beautiful guitar. You can kind of see it's a beautiful guitar. I like the finish on it. I picked out the one that is 7 pounds 4 ounces. So it's got a nice all access neck thing going on, contoured heel. It's a 3-piece neck with, it says it's roasted. It is a true scarf joint, which is good, and it's got a freaking volute. Got a freaking volute. That is a huge deal. I like that kind of stuff. The neck profile is comfy. It's a fat, it's a fast neck, but it's got a nice fat kind of roundness to it, which I kind of like. It's not super thin. It's not thin for being thin's sake. It's still shreddy. I'd say it's a shreddy kind of feel to it, but not ridiculously so. It's not like some of the Wizard 2 necks. So whatever. Yeah, with this amp, it actually sounds pretty good. Let me see if I can do this without furking anything up here. Hold on. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make noise. You know I was gonna make noise anyway. I am not gonna bother with the effects loop. Just FYI. I don't think we're too concerned with that. Ouch. Sorry, I'm bumping things. Yeah. Alright, let's run this up this way though. And then I think it needs to go like this. And I know you're not going to be able to see the front side of the amp. I apologize, but just know that it looks so beautiful. Oh my god, it looks so beautiful. You guys don't even know how beautiful of an amp I make. You won't know until you get it. Hopefully one of you guys wins that are watching right now, because you do have to be present to win. Now, I coiled up a cable and I sat it down. I just can't remember where I sat it down at. Where the fuck did I put that thing? There it is. You do have to be present to win. That is one of the rules. So if you're watching this now and you're patient enough to stick it out with me this much, I think it's worth it for you to, you know, sit tight and, you know, keep track of the dates. I know that the build in and of itself is done, but dang it, you really can't see it. Hold on, let's do something crazy here. Let's show you my world. My world. Now that only gives you a little bit more of a view of it. But this is the amp, or the guitar. Now with this freaking amplifier, it sounds pretty mean. This thing's got the meat. This thing sounds heavy with this amp. These are 9s in here currently. I am going to swap them out for heavy top, or whatever they call them, light bottom. So the heavy, light top, heavy bottom, right? So I'll put the thicker ones back on the higher strings, or the lower strings, I should say, because it definitely needs it. These pickups work great with this particular style of amp, you know, the chuggier stuff. Not so great for clean though, so let's run this thing up as clean. Since I did that modification though, it is much more agreeable with this guitar, I'll tell you that. Those pickups are pretty smoky, smokier than I'd like them to be. When I say smoky, I just mean dark, but they are high output. I am going to put the effects loop back in and see how it does. I got to remember things are in a different order now. So red is my send. Yes, that is going to the effects loop. So that is my send. And the other one is the return. And now I've got cables stretched about. Freaking awesome. Let's see how this does. I have also made it impossible for me to get to the effects loop. It is out of circuit. It is in circuit. I don't hear any noise. It's either a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. All right, let's see here. I hope that's not what it is. Probably is. Yeah, I did. I turned it all the way down. Let's see here. I'm going to play with the delay thing here. Feedback, we're going to turn that up. We're going to increase the time though. Ugh. Oh, and then I did it. I stepped on it. I broke it. I didn't break anything. It's weird how it does it. So one thing that's cool is I didn't change the EQ at all from quiet to gainy. I think, let me try, I can't do verb then delay. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it as reverb to reverb. I'm sorry, I'm facing away from you to make it so that the mic is facing the cabinet more, so you can actually hear the cabinet more than you do anything else. I'm just trying to allow you to hear that there is, as you can tell, no noise. But you can hear the reverb in there. And then let's go back the other way. Let's gain it up a little bit and see how thrashy this gets. Might be out of control. How's that song go? Frickin' Wolf Mother. right, so I didn't change the EQ settings at all. So that was, you heard it go from clean all the way up to where it's currently at without changing the EQ at all. Quite smitten with that. That works for me. Let's fuck around with that a little bit. So that's all the mids. This is mids at halfway. So it does suck a little bit of the lows out. That's mids at like 2-ish. I like them all the way up myself, but you know, that's me. Oh, it's not that loud. We're still at bedroom level. It can get pretty loud, but that's probably enough to piss people off. It can get a little louder than that, but I mean, that's pretty much all 50 watts worth of go. It's loud enough to be in a band. I'm not gonna say it's gonna freaking rip your head off to the degree you don't want to be around it, but it's loud enough. We know that it'll do 68 freaking watts. I don't know if it'll do it clean, but I know it does 50 watts clean. That's probably loud enough. It's loud enough to be in a band. I wouldn't want to play it that loud all the time. It's just a little too quiet right now to get it to ring out on every fret, but we're back at bedroom level and it'll almost infinite sustain or whatever you want to call it at that level. Almost. A little bit louder and it'll do it. Let's play around with the actual EQs a little bit more. I played around with the mids a little bit, but So that's the lows all the way up. It doesn't flub out at that setting. There's a negative feedback loop in the preamp section that helps really keep it reined in that regard. So it's full, but it never really gets out of control. This is the high cut all the way up. Now you have to imagine this. The way that I do my EQ controls in this amp is when they're all the way up, they're basically not in. So that is the lows and the highs turned all the way up, and you can hear it doesn't get overtly bright. The mids are all the way up. Both the volumes are all the way up. The master volume is just above bedroom level, I guess. I think the wife would probably come in and tell you to shut it down, but let's play with the presence. Now the presence is at noon right now. I'm gonna shut it all the way down, and it should just get a little bit darker and a little more mid-range focused. You can tell I used to be in a punk band. So that was the presence all the way down. It doesn't get as dark as I thought it would, but it definitely tightened it up. So it definitely tightened it up. Let's go. I kind of like it around 2 to 3 o'clock. That's when the brightness starts to come in and the presence kind of starts to do a thing. Since I did that modification, it is definitely a little bit brighter at that setting. I'm at 3 o'clock now. That is bright enough to me that I actually want to start churning down the high cut. I think the presence to me on this amp is really where the tone shaping is really going to come in, I think. The presence goes all the way around. Between the mids and the presence control, you pretty much got everything you need. But let's see what it sounds like with the high cut kind of rolled back to noon. back the highs a little bit more. It still maintains a lot of clarity, even though it's probably a little bit darker than most people would want it. I'd say once you get past 3 o'clock on the presence control, you're probably running into the danger zone in terms of brightness. Here it is at about the 4 o'clock position. Bright for my tastes. I think with the way I got things set up right now, noonish is going to suit you pretty good for the presence control. High cut to taste. I wouldn't run the low cut all the way out either, although it does increase the drive a little bit, for better or for worse. This thing is fun to play. The effects loop, I need to do some adjusting to it, period. But let's take a look at this beautiful guitar again. Hold on, I'm gonna turn the amp off. Words. That was me, sorry, don't worry about that. That was just me. All right, let me get my shmoo off of this thing first. Sorry, Brian. We're gonna get the shmoo off your guitar. I know it's yours, not mine. I love this guitar though. It's fun to play. It feels good under the hands. That's the important part, is that it's not an expensive guitar. Honest to God, right now, I think Schecter is killing it as far as, let me get this into this other preset here. Schecter is killing it right now. The last 10 years, I don't think you can buy a better guitar right now at the price point that they're selling these things. I don't think you can get a better guitar. Let me explain why I say that. First and foremost, the fretwork on this thing isn't the greatest, but it's got nice frets. The fretwork is acceptable. The feature set on these things is inane. You know, this one's a string through, you know, but it's got the cutaways, whatever. It's a veneer top. We know it's a veneer top, right? Whatever. But this one supposedly has an ebony fretboard, and I believe it. It looks like it's proper ebony. The pickups that they make, even though they're the cheap pieces of dog shit, like these ones, they're dark for me, but for doing the chugga chugga like what we're trying to do here, it kills it. This is a mahogany body, and I believe it. It is a true mahogany body. I don't know if this is a true roasted maple neck or whatnot, but it is a 3-piece. That is important. Has a volute and a proper scarf joint. Like those things right there make that neck just worth it. Out of the box, this thing was pretty much good to go. I didn't have to reset the relief. I didn't have to set the nut height. Like everything was set proper coming out of, I bought it from Sweetwater, but the route job on it is great. There are minor flaws here and there. There always is, so whatever. I think they did an amazing job. This is a what, $600 guitar or something like that. I think it's like 600 bucks. I don't think you can get much better for that kind of money. And let me make it so I can walk over without killing myself here. I'm gonna clear the way here because somewhere out there I have my Schecter. So I do own a Schecter as well. Mine is a different series from a different era, but similar kind of, you know, similar. I prefer the matte finish on this one, to be honest, but this one is mine. Focus, you fuck! So this one is mine. This is a Banshee, whatever that is. So it's the Floyd Rose P, passive, P for passive. Mine came with Seymour Duncans. I did not like them. They do not sound good in this guitar. This guitar kind of does suit darker pickups. It is a veneer top. It is not a solid maple top, but it is a beautiful burl finish that they have on there. It is a real Floyd Rose. It's a Floyd Rose 2, but it is the best Floyd Rose I have come across yet to this day. Like, you can yank on it all you want, however you want. It will always go back to true. I did rewind this pickup here. A JB is a JB is a JB. That's all I can say. It was a JB in the front, and it's a Jazz in the neck. The Jazz in the neck, I don't mind. JB on this amp, or in this guitar, is just a little honky sounding to me. But it's got wood binding all the way around, even on the neck with an ebony fretboard. This has a compound radius, so it's a 12-inch to 16-inch compound radius. It is a 5-piece neck, but it is a thick one-piece body kind of thing here. So the way they were able to get away with that is that the heel here, the heel is the same thickness as is needed at the end over here to get it all the way down, but it does have a volute. Big stuff. Proper guitar. It's an alder body. It's a multi-piece though. It's a 2-piece alder, I believe. I can see one joint line. It is a 2-piece alder body. And I kind of like it's greenish in some light, but it's like a dark gray. Beautiful guitar. This is a $1,200 guitar when it was new. And I don't know. I think it's cool. I'm going to leave the effects loop out. And we'll just turn the amp back on. I think I didn't take the speaker out. Confirm that I did not. Okay, good. All right. So I don't know what this thing's going to do. I have some Fluences coming for this guitar. Some Fluence Moderns. Now this guitar is much brighter than the other one. These pickups are a lot brighter. The guitar itself is a lot brighter. On that, it gets louder when you bypass the effects loop. So there's some work to be done. I don't know. Cool guitar. Like, really a cool guitar. But getting back to my point, I don't think Schecter can be beat right now for the amount of money that you spend on a guitar. Like, they are killing it. If I could have bought a guitar for 600 bucks like that C1, I'd be super stoked. I mean, a lot of the Fenders that were even 600 bucks at the time weren't touching that in terms of like feature set just playability and, you know, outright like looks. I mean, a Fender is a Fender is a Fender, but I love a Fender, don't get me wrong, but you know, I'm a Strat kind of guy. But to give you some comparison, let's look at my really dirty, it needs to have new strings put on it, but this guy right here, this is a Mexican made Strat. This is a weird version they made with a Floyd Rose. This was my very first ever Floyd Rose guitar, and I was a little disappointed because I didn't do all my research first on it. It is not a real full floater. It's a dive only. So it's like, why spend all the money on this thing to put a real freaking Floyd in there, but not have dive or, you know, dive only capabilities? It is a veneer top. It's a 2-piece veneer top. It's at least a 4-piece back, if not a 3-piece. I see 1, 2, 3 seams. It's at least a 4-piece back, whereas the other ones are freaking... We saw it, like the C1 Plus Standard or whatever the hell it is. It's a 2-piece body. It's a 2-piece body. On my guitar, it's at least a 2-piece body. Now, this guitar, I believe, when new was, oh gosh, it was around the $1,000 mark. Even for a freaking... Mexican made, like with the feature set that it had on there. You know, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm disappointed in this one. I traded this guitar for about $500 worth of value. So used price on this thing was $500. I think that the Schecter C1 Plus is a better guitar for that money. Another example, just for comparison, this is a Fender, again, another Mexican made. It's at least a 3-piece body. I can see 1 seam in this general vicinity, and I know there's 1 in the middle, so this is probably another 4-piece body at the very least. It's a beautiful guitar. It's fun to play. It's a playable guitar. But, you know, feature set, all the above. Like, this was about a $500-600 guitar. Doesn't touch that freaking Schecter. Doesn't touch it in terms of just outright feature set and all the above. So if you're into buying a guitar, the color is cool. Yeah, I definitely love the color. I love the color of all the guitars. Honestly, I don't think there's such thing as an ugly guitar, but I like raw wood. I love seeing the wood. So even if it's a veneer, I don't mind veneers. Let me tell you why. Like, it's nice to think that you can have this fat, thick 1/4-inch veneer on there, or in the case of like a Les Paul, where, you know, you got a 3/4-inch cap that's been, most of the wood's been carved off of it, but, you know, the carved tops are nice. It's nice to think that you have all that wood in there, but it is wasteful to have a carved top guitar. To me, it's a waste to have a carved top guitar, for the obvious reasons that you put this 3/4-inch thing on it, and then you make it down to a 1/4 of an inch at the ends. You've wasted a 1/2 of an inch worth of material from the center to the outer edges in order to give it this curved shaped top. As great as that is a lot of freaking material that's wasted to nothing. And I am all about trying to conserve materials. Walnut is one of those things. I love walnut. This amp's a great example of that. I ended up going with a veneered inset for the inside or whatever. The back is a real chunk of 1/4-inch walnut. I'm not doing that anymore. We're going to 1/8-inch veneers for that kind of stuff. I will be using these types of veneers on the inside as well. Multitude of reasons. 1 is just the sustainability of it. 2 is when you screw up a piece of wood, let me tell you, it hurts your heart, especially when you have a beautiful chunk like this one was. And I was lucky I was able to reuse it. I don't know if you noticed, but there was like a line cut on this like back side over here. It was like a 1/2 inch in or something like that. There was a line cut through it. That was from crashing the machine while it was cutting out what was supposed to be the inside veneer for one of my amp builds. Crashed the machine, and then it started cutting a new line. Oh my God. I talk about one very upset individual. The amount of expletives that came out of my mouth. Something else. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. But yeah, so I, of all people, understand waste, not want not. But you want things to look a certain way, so I'm trying to find the happy medium. So we're getting there. I have another guitar I'm not going to show you today. We're going to make a whole video out of it. We'll maybe show these things a little bit more. We'll put this in a spot where you can actually see it, like there. It's probably where I should have put it was there, but we'll get it in a spot where we can zoom in on it a little bit more and actually show you what this thing looks like. I need to obviously make the faceplate again, because you know how you done it right? You've done it twice. Damn it. So we're gonna work on that. What else? So yeah, we'll do a more proper thing for that Schecter, the gift guitar, if you want to call it that. Chinese built FB. Yeah, dude. You know, so since the mid '90s, European and that's not even the right word to use. I was gonna say third world countries, but that's not true. That was the bullshit Luke, shut the fuck up answer right there. Taiwan was making them for a while. South Korea was making them for a while. At one point in time, Samick, believe it or not, was making 55% of the world's guitars. 55%. They were probably making all the Squires. They were probably making any export models that were coming through. Lord knows. They were making a butt ton. They had their own thing. They had their... what's that other line that they have that was made by Samick? It starts with an H or something like that. Not Harley Benton, but some other line. I can't remember. Bentley. I don't know. There's some other line that Samick was responsible for, right? So now it just happens to be that Court guitars are the ones making like 55% of the world's guitars. Indonesia was the hot spot for a minute. Ultimately, what ends up happening is that any guitar that's an import guitar, or I guess export, depending on what country you're from, but an import guitar into America was made in whatever country was providing the cheapest way to get from point A to point B. And it has been since at least the early part of the 90s, when Samick became the leader of the guitar making world. Once America got out of the game and kind of shuttering stores, there hasn't been a comparison since. These Indonesian-made, Japanese-made Ibanez, right? All these European and, South Asia and all that fun stuff, all those guitars are absolutely stellar freaking guitars. Where they went wrong was when they started trying to race to the absolute bottom and make a $150 guitar. When they started making guitars today within the last 10 years or so, making guitars for $150, that was where they killed it. That is what destroyed the market in the industry. All the corner cutting and all the weird ways that they find to make a guitar cheaper and stuff like that, which has fed its way up into our modern guitar making. I don't think you would find veneer tops like this 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I don't think they quite made veneer tops the way that they do now. It's because of going to those, import guitars, and those types of companies that got them to that point. Now they know that they can do it and sell it. And the easiest way to know that you have a veneer top every time, the easiest way is the edge will be painted. If it looks burst like that and it goes all the way out from being opaque or whatever, see-through to not being see-through. What is that? Opaque is see-through or not see-through? Whatever it is. You know what I mean. I know what I mean. You know what I mean. But when you can't see the actual edge of the guitar, it's veneer. Even on my thing where they put binding on it, veneer. Like, that's the easiest way to know, is it always fades to dark on the very edge so you can't see the actual edge. Veneer. Every time. I'll give you another example. So even on this guitar, it's not bound. So you would think, oh, how are they hiding it? Well, what they did on this guitar is they very cleverly just made it fade literally into red. But you can see where the veneer ends. But they painted it so red all the way around that it matches so much that it looks like it could potentially be a solid chunk. Even though, if you look close enough, you can clearly see the veneer ends. Little things like that. I don't know. That's not a bad thing. I get it. Like, veneer is great because you can have the look without the expense and without the waste. So CNC's come a long way. A buddy of mine years ago, I can't remember the name of the guitar brand that he was working with, but a buddy of mine was a CNC like specialist. Like he worked with Tormach, and like Haas and all those guys, whatever. His job was to set up these machines to do these different jobs. So he would help fine tune the G code and all that fun stuff to do the different tasks that needed to be done, like, you know, the ramp jobs and stuff like that, which for you is, you know, the angle at which the bit comes in at. So they do these ramp things, all these different things like that they would do to help these companies, you know, turn these things out quicker. I can't remember the name of them. I think they're based out of San Luis Obispo or something like that. I don't know if they've gone defunct since or not, but they were making some cool guitars, but they were expensive guitars. And that was the part that hurt a little bit, was that you know that these things are being made on a CNC machine, but I think they were doing like true two-piece bodies. That's a huge deal these days. If you can find a one-piece body, that is super rare. Very hard to find and generally very expensive. That guitar that Andy didn't like, that John had given to him, that what was it? It was an ES335 type thing, but it was made by Eastwood or something like that. So it's an Indonesian made or Japanese made, China made, whatever it was. But it was a great guitar. I thought it was a great guitar. It had a one-piece front and a one-piece back. That is so rare. So rare. And it was well made. I thought it was well made anyway. But Andy didn't like it. He thought it was cursed for whatever reason. And I think he ended up giving it away to someone else or something like that. He didn't like it. For whatever reason, he didn't like it. I would have loved to keep it. I think used, it was like an $800 guitar or something like that. So that's what the used rates were going for. Maybe that was the new price. I don't know. Still, it was worth that amount of money for sure. But I don't generally buy new guitars myself. I tend to either be gifted them or I buy used. That guitar that I bought from my buddy, the Schecter C1 Standard Plus or whatever it was, that is one of the few guitars I bought brand new off the, you know, sight unseen. I do not suggest doing that. I'm a huge fan of play the guitar first and see how you gel with it. Because you just never know. Not all guitars are created equal. Some are just unbelievably cool. Whatever it is that they do that thing. As an example, eons ago, probably 20 plus years ago, I walked into a guitar store and they had this, it was the very first series of the Ibanez Geos, the G10s or whatever they were, the GIOs. I think it's Geo, whatever. It was the very first version of those that they had out, and it was silver. I didn't like the color, but I just wanted to see how the guitar was. And holy hell, I should have bought that freaking thing. It was like $400 at the time, so it wasn't exactly cheap, but it still wasn't overtly priced either. It was a good price. Yeah, dude, the 339s are fucking awesome. I want to get a 335 so bad. I'd love to get a hollow body. I think I might be able to get one from another buddy of mine. It is a Samick made one, but we'll see about that. He did gift me a different guitar. I don't know if that's going to change how things are going to work out, but we'll see. I intend to buy it from him. He just doesn't know it yet. But I picked that thing up, and I don't know what it was. It was just immediate, like, oh my God, this thing just plays right. It feels right. It sounded good. Everything about it, like that guitar just spoke to me. Hated the color. It was the only thing I didn't like about it. But at the time, I didn't have the money, and I was kind of like, I'll sit on it for a little longer. Well, lo and behold, a few years goes by, and I pick up another Geo thinking, man, I remember how cool that thing was. And I picked it up, and it was just absolute dog shit. Like, I could not stand it. I was just like, what the hell? This is not the same guitar that I picked up before. And, you know, it was otherwise the same guitar. And that was probably one of those moments when I realized, in hindsight, like, I should have picked that guitar up, because whatever it was, it just did the thing. And it's very rare, I think, that you pick a guitar up and it's just instant, like, connection, if you will. I don't know if you have that same kind of story, everybody. Hey, Bindi, what's going on? Good to see you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Always love the love. I don't know if that's been the case for you guys. Do chime in and leave a thing in the comment section or something after this video is done. But, yeah, I mean, when you can pick up a guitar and it immediately talks to you, buy it. If you are shopping for a guitar and that is the one that speaks to you, buy it. I think that's the only answer that you can get. Because if it doesn't speak to you when you pick it up, then you know that's not the guitar for you. But you might pick up 5 different guitars and you might get 5 different results. And I honest to God think that's the truth. Because I own several of the same type of guitar, and each one of them is different in their own little way. They're each just different in their own little way. So you have to play them. Now, I would say I got lucky with that Schecter. There's no point in this one here, my buddy's guitar. This thing, it feels right in the hands. Like the weight of it is just spot on. It's 7 pounds, 4 ounces. So it's on the lighter side for guitars, I think. It's right in the hot spot, I think, like the sweet spot. The neck is just spot on. It's got that, as Philip McKnight says, it's got the handshake, right? So when you get your hand in this section here, it just feels comfortable and it just sits there. It's got a nice feel to it that way. The neck is not overtly thin. It's got a nice, I would say, kind of like a shallow C shape to it. It feels good in the hands. The action was set up right out of the gate. Intonation set up right out of the gate. So it plays great. The neck was, the relief was set perfectly for it. All those things. It tunes right. It plays nice. The only thing I don't like about it is the pickups. But as we saw, it just depends on what kind of music you're playing. If you're playing chugga chugga stuff, and those are what the pickups are made to do, obviously clean stuff isn't going to work for you. So doing what it's supposed to do, that guitar just, it slays. So I'm excited for Brian. I want to get this back in his hands as soon as I can. So that's why we're really focusing on getting this thing done this week. So that way we could get that back to him by next week. So here in the next couple days, expect another video to come out where we do more of a comparison of all these different guitars. We'll have this back here so we can actually hear it a little bit more. I'm going to talk with Elam and see what his thoughts are on why the return level is so interactive, or what I can do to make it so that it is less interactive. It seems to me at this point that I need less send level like I was thinking I would, to make it so that the way I had it before is I had the send level turned all the way down, and by the turn you turn the return level up loud enough that it doesn't interact with the master volume, you had way too much stuff going in. What was weird though is that I don't see much level coming in on the effects, so the loop in and of itself is pretty responsive. It could just be that pedal that I have doesn't work well with that sort of getup. So I will play with that a little bit more. I'm not saying it's a fault in the thing itself. There's some setup stuff I need to do. Initially, I thought I was going to need to turn down the send level with that little mini pot. I think that's what I need to do, even though it doesn't seem like this is what I need or should have to do. But that's what it seems like I need to do, because I need to get the return turned up more, so it doesn't interact with the master volume on the amp so much. Outside of that, I didn't seem to have any noise problems other than the hiss, which would be typical of trying to turn something up that is trying to amplify nothing, which is essentially what was happening. So I don't think we have any problems there. We just need to find the sweet spot. So that's going to take some fooling around on my part, which means I got to take this amp apart, which I got to take it apart anyway, so we can do some faceplate work again. Dang it. And I got to fix my little faux pas that I made. Gosh, what else is coming up? We're here now. We've reached the 5-hour mark. I got to urinate here in a few minutes, but before I go, I want to talk just about a couple more things. I'm going to clean up just a little bit too while I'm at it. In the near future, here in the next probably few weeks, this is going off to South Korea. Right? It is done. We have fixed it. It's working. It's doing what it's supposed to do. This is going to go off to South Korea, where John will spend some time with it and try to break it. Speaking of John, there he is now. He's in the freaking house as I'm talking about him. How nice is that? So there's that. I don't want to lollygag too much, but I do want to spend some time with it to get to know it a little bit myself, for 2 reasons. One is I want to be able to explain to you how to use the controls. And 2 is that, I spent 6 months, nearly 6 months building the damn thing. it'd sure be nice to get to play it for a little bit and enjoy it for myself before I send it off. Fair enough, right? Hold on, let me change the preset here. Focus you! All right, it's time to top off the drink. Bong. There's 10 of you in here. I'm liking this. John, I know you haven't seen it. I guess maybe it would just be... I think I can do this. I think I can. Ugh. Ugh. There it is. We'll leave it like that for a minute. That'll help the corners kind of smash in anyway, but... Whew. I will change out these knobs. These are not the knobs. So the ones that I do have are... Let's get it out. So the ones that I do have are these. They're the full metal ones. I'll go ahead and change it out now, I think. It's not going to be that one. It will be this one. So let me come here. Thank you. There's that. Oh, you bastards. They did. Ugh. I'm crying for nothing, but they went with oh, you dirty motherfuckers. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this at some other point in time, but there it is. It's starting to get tight, at least anyway. Sorry, I don't know if that's even placed where it needs to be, but that style of knob, it's got like a brushed aluminum pointer on it. It's just a little bit bigger. The only thing I don't like about the brushed aluminum is at certain lights, you kind of lose sight of where it's at. Not that it matters that much, but tell you what, we'll vote on it in the next episode. You're here now, you can kind of see this one. But my intention was to use these round knobs. But these ones work pretty good, actually. These are like the mini, like, I don't know, whatever they are. I like them. They're not bad. I thought I wasn't going to like them as much as I do. They're tactile. That's the thing that I do like about them. The thing I don't like about them is that they remind me very much of a Bogner, or an Ignator. That's the thing I don't like about them, is it reminds me of another amp. This one here does not remind me of any other amp. So, I don't know. That's why I like the cream or the cupcake style ones. They were on Fenders, they're on a lot of different amps, but they're so agreeable that they're hard to hate. You know what I mean? The little cupcake style ones, but this amp is too modern for it to have cupcakes. So I think this is the one that everybody's going to want to go with, but I'll let you guys decide. Put in a little comment and vote. And do you want this style, or, you know, the more tactile one, or do you want this aluminum one? So, things coming up. I mentioned it earlier. I do already have 2 amps worth of parts sitting here. I've got 4 transformers. No, I've got more amps than that sitting around. But I have the amp for my buddy that I need to build, the 18 watt. It's still my flagship amp, I think. This one's freaking cool, but it still hasn't won my heart yet. But I need to build that for him. That's for a friend of mine named Hector. That is going to get done here sooner than later. That's probably going to be the actual next build that I got going on, because I need to get that done and out of the way for him. After that, we will start on another giveaway amp. It's looking like I'll be able to kind of get maybe 1 to 2 of these done a year. At the very least 1 a year, but possibly 2. The next giveaway amp will just be kind of another in the same vein as the other one, except for it will only be American only. I'm not doing another out of the country amp for the time being. Okay, I hate to say it. I'm sorry. I love you guys, but the next giveaway amp will be America only. We're making it clear now, but there is no way to enter. You do not know how you're going to win. All I can tell you is that when the time comes, you will have to be present to win. But as things go, though, you won't even know that you're in the game. So that's how that's going to go. You may or may not know it, that you were in it at all. So, yeah, no, it's definitely something different. And then, of course, with the mirror in the back there. Hi, Toodles. I mean, it just does a thing. It makes it look like there's a lot more going on than there actually is. you know, because you can see multiple sets of tubes going on. So yeah, I'm super stoked with it in that regard. But the next giveaway amp is going to be kind of like a tweed based design again. Not a 5E3. It's going to be a higher wattage version of it. I'm thinking more along the Fender Pro line. So when I first built the Atlas, which is this guy here, right? This guy there. The Atlas was originally meant to be that style of amp. I wanted it to run with 6L6s. I had a 6.6K in there, much like what Grandest Glorious Tones Instigator amp was, right? No, there's no backroom deals in the future. Not at all. I just don't want to go through the bullshit of trying to make another amp to work out of the country and figure out how to ship it there. I need an amp in America, all right? I need a couple amps in America because I'm almost positive somebody from out of the country is going to win this thing, and I got to figure out how to get it to them. That part hurts. Let me tell you, that part hurts. No, it has not been given away yet. So Grant Us Glorious Tone, the guy who just posted before you, he's the one who's actually hosting the giveaway. My job is to build this thing. That is my job, is to design, build, and show you guys how I built this thing. We have now done that. You have seen it from front to back. This is the completed unit, more or less. A couple touch-ups here to do, but you get what I mean. So, no joke. There it is. Now, you can still win the amp because the game is not closed yet. I think we're at 35 entries or something like that, and it seems to be climbing a little bit every day, so that's good. I don't know how many entries he's going to stop it at, so don't look the gift horse in the mouth. Get in while you can. I have only seen one entry. I do not know who's in this game at all. I have not seen a single entry except for one, and it was because the gentleman sent it to me alongside with Grant there. So that was I only know of one individual whose entry that there is. Do not send your entries to me though. Okay, do not email them to me. You email them to Grant Us Glorious Tone at Toshi Sweet Staffy at gmail.com. Okay, so you get to send an email to his dog. And I think at this point Grant is going to start pushing this thing a little bit more in his channel, replaying some of these videos. Probably a lot of snippets will come out of this video alone because there's a lot going on in this particular video. I mean, you watch the amp come from literally pieces into a completed unit. So let's see here. Be cheaper if you can pick it up from Australia. Shipping, yeah, no, shipping is inane. The last amp, so the other amp, the Peacemaker, there's a whole series on that one about the 5E3 style giveaway amp or whatever. That one ended up going to Sweden. Now that was a completely worthwhile trip. You know, Pathos89 won the amp. I'm not going to say his real name, but Pathos89 won the amp. Super cool dude. Him and his girlfriend took us around for a couple days. We got to see all kinds of the countryside, all kinds of just different things over there in Sweden. It was a wonderful vacation trip. I took a friend along with me, Brian, and whom without, I don't know if I would have come back in one piece. So it was just a wonderful trip that we were both able to do, and we got to do a really cool thing. Something else that will get put on here that I haven't made yet is a little placard. I will be putting a placard somewhere down in here or something like that that just says, you know, congratulations. The problem is I don't know who won it yet, so I gotta wait until we find out who the winner is, and then I can make that plaque, send it off to John there so he can install it, and then we'll figure out how to ship it. I don't know if he's going to ship it back to me and then I deal with it after that, or if we're going to ship it direct from there. We'll have to see what's going to work out the best. He seems to get the killer rate on shipping, let me tell you. I don't know what it is. Every time I try to ship something off, man, oh man, I end up paying out the asshole for it. Like, no lubrication, no love, nothing. When I ship something, it's like they know Luke is a freaking sap, and they're just gonna be able to rape me. That's how I feel every time I go to the thing to get shipping done. But that's what it is. I don't care. If it makes sense, let's say somebody here in the States wins it, more than likely what I'll do is I'll have John ship it back to me here, and then I will hand deliver it. If it's in the States, I'll hand deliver it myself, either driving it to you or something like that. I'll probably just hand deliver it. But if it goes off to any other country, I am going to have to see. Now, I am telling you right now, I have tried to prepay on the shipping. I did find a way that I can do it on UPS, but I got to pay UPS pricing to do it. Now, the other downer with that is that, I don't know how much I can afford to ship this thing to you. So I might need some help on that. I will work that out with whoever wins the amp. If it's exorbitant, you have to imagine this thing, we're giving it a value of $5,000 to $6,000. I can tell you right now, this is easily worth double that. Easily worth double that in terms of overall value. You've seen it. You've seen the amount of time it took. I've breached the 200-hour mark for sure. Pay yourself any amount of hourly wage that you want to pay yourself and times it by 200 hours and tell me what you think this amp is worth just on time alone. Not foregoing all the parts cost. Parts cost on this thing is about, it's between $1,500 and $2,000, right in there. It's closer to $1,500, I think, in total parts cost. Some of the things I don't really count because like all these screws that I got, I did have to buy those, but I bought enough to do like 5 or 6 amps. So even though it cost me 15 or 20 bucks to get this thing, I got at least 5 or 6 amps worth out of it, right? So things like that, obviously, face value, but the corners and the handle on this thing, about 90 bucks. It's about 100 bucks all in on corners and the handle for this thing. The wood piece, it was like a $35 chunk of wood to get the veneers, but I only used 1/4 of that chunk of wood. So little things like that, you can see how the cost piles up, but it offsets in different ways. So that's why I say that the cost of parts all in on this thing are between $1,500 and $2,000 in actual part cost on this thing. These knobs that I got, these aluminum knobs that are right here, those things are about a couple bucks a piece. And I bought enough to do every single knob on here because I'm a cool guy. Yeah. The custom amps are just hard. Like, it's really difficult to do this level of work and keep it affordable. Initially, when I was looking to build guitar amplifiers and sell them, I wanted to kind of do what Marla Amplification was doing. I wanted to get somewhere around the $1,200 to $1,400 mark. After I built the first amp, I realized really quick there was just no possible way. At least 2,500 or more in man hours. I think I did the math on it. If I did $25 an hour, which, I mean, I think I'm worth 25 bucks an hour at least, right? But you take 2,500 and times it by 200, what do you got? Well, that's $5,000, right? Yeah, no, 12.5 would be freaking nice. I don't know that I can ask that amount. I don't know if that's what I'd get for it, but 5 or 6, I think somebody would take it for, 6 to 7,000. Put it this way, if 2 Rock can sell one of theirs for $5,000 to $6,000, this is easily worth 5 to 6 and a little bit beyond that, just as can be seen. That's just me, but I'm not 2 Rock, so I'm working on getting to that level of recognition. So whatever. But now this thing is going to be seen on some forums here pretty quick. I know that Grant is going to start ripping some of my videos apart and creating some little shorts out of them. I will also start creating some shorts. I will be getting more involved in the chats of some of these forums. Here's an interesting factoid. We did one of them. I think it was the Gear Forum or one of the two. I can't remember. And so Grant, of course, put a pretty elaborate story in there, which maybe didn't help anything, but maybe he'll do another one that doesn't have such a unique storyline to it. But in either case, everybody's sentiment wasn't so much about the amp giveaway itself, more so than the story. But even the ones that were talking about the amp just kind of wrote it off like, yeah, whatever. You know, like, yeah, sure, cool. There were a couple posts where I did show some pictures of other previous builds, and everybody kind of agrees, yeah, it looks great, but you're just some fucking dumbass in a garage somewhere. It's really hard to get people to understand the value in it because they're just so brainwashed into this concept that, you know, Mesa Boogie, Bogner, Ignator, you know, what's that other freaking, you know what I mean? Like all the box brands. I'm going to call them the box brands, Friedman's, et cetera, et cetera. Like, right? Tone King is nothing like it used to be. If you buy a high watt today, it is not the same high watt that you bought in the 1960s, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. A high watt today is nothing. It is not even an eggshell of what it used to be in the 1960s and early 70s and whatnot. Right? So it's really, really difficult to be somebody like me doing this level of work and try to push it to somebody that has no appreciation for it, because their idea of the world's greatest amp is a Friedman, which is just a black box with somebody's name on it. And, you know, it's a modified fucking Marshall. Like, literally a Friedman is a modified Marshall. I don't think anything that Friedman has ever done in any of his lineup is actually original. It's always a homage, if you will, to some other design that's already been made. He's mastered redoing a Plexi. He made a Plexi better than Marshall ever made a Plexi. I'll give him that. He has done a better job at making a modern Marshall than Marshall could have ever dreamed of doing. He's got that market pegged. But that's what he does. He stuck it right there. Good for him. You know, I really liked Matchless. Matchless is not what they used to be. Phil Jameson, I love him to death. I think he's a great, you know, individual. I think he's a great builder. The way that they do their amps, I do not care for. I do like that style of amp, though. So that's not to say that I don't like, you know, where Matchless is, but they have started to go the way of the dodo bird. They are using PCB. They're finding ways to shortcut things. Here's what I'm going to do and say is going out on a limb. If you want the most boutique amp that you can possibly get that's still technically boutique, Dr. Z is the only thing you're going to get that's in the modern world today. That does it to that type of level, right? So I got the wife or something coming in. Hello. How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, snap. Oh, boy.
It's like that.
All right, baby. I love you. Wife's going to do some cleaning. But, you get what I mean? Like, so Morgan was a close second until they sold out. Until he sold out to freaking BAD, Morgan was a close second. Like, those were the only two people for the longest time doing it the way that they did, which was, I considered to be true boutique, like actual boutique. But even Dr. Z is starting to, he's not going to be around for too much longer. His amps are not going to be the same price that they've been, that $1,500 to $2,000 mark that they tend to land in now. How he can do it at that price for the level he gets is beyond me. Obviously, he's got bulk. He can buy things in bulk. There's a lot of things that he does that are able to draw the cost down. But yeah, freaking Morgan bent over for somebody for sure. I was very bummed when I found out that he went that way. I wasn't a fan of the way Morgans were built to begin with. I could see what it was that they were doing, and I didn't like it. The fact they didn't straighten any of the leads. It was sloppy. Like, it was Ooga Booga. It was Ooga Booga design and build, right? Cool amps, but Ooga Booga. I make amp. Rah, rah, rah. But whatever. And then he went to BAD. And it was just like, oh, that's it. You're done. No longer boutique. That's not boutique anymore. Sorry, that's not boutique. When you got your own distribution company and distribution system, and you've got a way, you know, you've got 5 other companies using the same parts, right? All of them are using Synergies now. You know, Synergy's using Synergy. You got Friedman using Synergy. You got Morgan using Synergy. I'm pretty certain Tone King's using Synergy, and I'm sure what's the other one in there? Some of the stuff that's made by, well, there's a couple other brands in there. I'm sure there's Synergy, right? So, damn. For fuck's sakes is right. Don't sell gear. Keep gear. You buy gear for it to be worth more later. You buy this thing today for whatever price it is right now, whatever price I ask for it to now, it's going to be worth more one day. As soon as I die, it's going to go up at least double. I'm not dying for a long time though. I'm still pretty young. Yeah, right. I mean, at least you got better than 100% return. Come on. But still, I'm one of those types. If I buy something, I buy it for life. I'm not going to try and churn and burn on something, because I have learned that everything I've ever churned on, you know, to get that quick buck out of, it's always worth more later. I'm not saying that these things are necessarily investment pieces, but you know, there's no point in trying to turn and burn on these things, because someone else is always going to get the better end of the deal. Somebody is always going to be the guy that gets the right price and sells it for the, you know, 10x what they paid for it at some point in time. It's kind of why I call myself legacy. The objective behind these is that you're never going to sell it. You're going to hand it down. So you're going to buy it and you're going to love it so much. It's going to last a long time, and you're going to give it to your kids or your grandkids or whoever, right? You're going to give it to a friend. Whatever it is, you're going to give it to your friend. Not going to sell it. You're going to give it. And when you give it to them, they're going to love it. They're going to covet it. And, you know, it's going to last a long time. And then they're going to give it to their, you know, their kid, their grandson, their friend, whoever it might be. Heirloom piece. That's what we're shooting for. That's what I'm shooting for. I wish I could say that's where it's going to go. It's not there yet, but that's what we're working on. I don't have enough of these out there yet to say for a fact that that's what it's going to be, but that's what the aim is to be. Amps that you have so much pride and love and joy and whatever connection with in one way or another, not necessarily monetarily, but that, you know, you want to keep it for whatever reason and give it to your next of kin or whatever. Because I think it's hard to argue that this thing's a furniture piece. Like, there's not many amps that have what's going on in this thing going on. So don't you start doing it. This is me. This is a me thing, all right? But most of what this channel is about isn't so much about building these things and giving them away or trying to build a brand so much. A lot of it is to try to teach you what goes into building these things so you can do it for yourself, right? So you've seen how it's done, maybe not 100% in real time, but you get an idea, right? Like, if you're better at doing craft work than I am, then more power to you, because I'm giving you some killer ideas here. I try to be, I don't know what the word for it is. I am trying to be practical, obviously, with a lot of this stuff, but at the same time, it's just like, I want it to be bespoke feeling and bespoke looking. You know, I want it to have kind of that kind of feel and touch and allure to it. But that's not to say that I do it better than anyone else, because I'm a pretty damn good craftsman, but I'm not as good as I'd like to be. There's always somebody better out there, I guess you could say. As long as there's electricity, there's going to be a legacy amp. I wish I knew exactly what the weak points are going to be. Like these corncob LEDs, I try to use parts that are pretty ubiquitous. Like, I know that you can find it today pretty easily. You're going to find it 10 years from now pretty easily. I don't think there's anything in here that's not attainable. Like, that's another big part of why I choose the parts that I choose, is to make them so they're not necessarily impossible to find. They're more just, all the parts are readily available, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. They're just readily available all the time. So hopefully a lot of the other parts that are inside, like the caps and all that, hopefully Germany doesn't fall and F&T sticks around for a while. I know that the axial lead caps, like what we use in these things, are kind of long in the tooth. They're kind of getting washed out little by little. I think there's always going to be a market for those types of caps because of what we do. Guitar amps, old radios, and vintage gear and stuff like that. I think they're always going to have a market for them. So I'm not worried about those types of things going away. I just think they'll be a little more difficult to find. I'm hoping, or I'm banking on the components that I use will be around as long as amps are being made. So there's that. With any luck, there's at least 4 now, maybe 5. Goodness gracious, at least 5 tube making companies now. Hopefully for the next 20-30 years they still will be. But any other questions? How much does it weigh? Ooh, I don't know exactly. I know that the transformer, if I'm not mistaken, is something like 11 pounds, I think it was, for the transformer. That one I think was like 3 or 4 pounds. The cabinet itself is about 5 pounds all in. So I suspect this thing will be right around 40 pounds, maybe 45 on the high end. I mean, it's pretty heavy. It's not light. It's not as unbalanced as I thought it would be, considering you got 11 pounds over here, but I guess because you got a lot of the, most of the componentries here and over. But it's not exactly light. How's that? Yeah, Electro-Harmonics wins. I hope to God Electro-Harmonics doesn't win. I'm gonna say, and to be open about it, I did get some. Let's see if I can find the box for them. I picked up some of these guys recently, these Mullards, because everybody goes on and on about the freaking Mullards. I wasn't that much of a fan of them. I mean, they sounded different, but I wouldn't say that it sounded like, oh my God, better or worse. Honestly, the JJs work fine for me. Maybe so I'm beginning to learn that there is a thing about who you source them from. Okay. So think about this. I don't know who, like Friedman. He uses JJs, I think, in all of his amps, right? I think most all the companies use JJs now, for most part, because honest to God, I think JJs are about as good as it gets in that regard, right? In that regard, if you want to go OEM, JJ is about as good as it comes. 33.33% chance coming from them anyway, right? Electro-Harmonics is another one. Electro-Harmonics is just the parent company that owns the name of all these different other brands. Sovtech, what's the other one? Freaking Mullard, and a couple others. I don't think Mullard is made by Mullard. I'm pretty certain Electro-Harmonics owns Mullard or something like that. One of them. There's a bunch of different companies out there, and I'm pretty sure EHX is the owner of. Let's find out. Let's do some research. Who owns Mullard tubes? Let's find out. Survey says New Sensor, parent company of Electro-Harmonics. So New Sensor is the parent company of Electro-Harmonics, but Electro-Harmonics is the front-facing company that everybody knows. They own a lot of the damn things. Where I was getting at, however, is Euro tubes. Yeah, Phillips equals Mullard, yeah. But so you got the Tube Depot, you've got Amplified Parts, you've got what was the one that you just named? Euro Tubes. There's like these different companies that sell these tubes en masse, right? Well, where the hell does Friedman, Tone King, Two Rock, where do these guys all get their tubes from? Question mark. That is an actual question mark, right? Well, so Rift Amps, Chris of Rift Amps, right? He mentioned it the other day. He uses JJs, by the way, for his amps. And he's all, JJs are great. I love JJs. Just be mindful of where you source them from. And he said that a couple times. I think he was really trying to tell you that JJs are going to be great. They're going to be the best tube you can possibly get in terms of price, function, and just, you know, reliability, all the above, depending on where you source them from. Which is to say, you can't just get them from anywhere. And I don't know where that is yet. I don't know what his source is. I don't know if he's getting them direct from Tube Depot. I don't know if he's getting them direct from the tube store. I don't know if he's getting them direct from, you know, JJ themselves. I don't think JJ would do that. I think they are entirely distribution based, so they're going to go to a distributor like Euro Tubes, etc., etc. Right. So, are you going to get them from eBay? Are you going to get them from Amazon? Amazon probably is going to be from one of those sellers anyway. Euro Tubes, amplified parts, etc., etc. But where you source them from is the important part. So I don't know how that works. I myself have only come across a few bad sets. My 6L6 was fine. So here's an interesting factoid. KT77 set. There's only about 2 hours on this set of KT77s that I got from a place that is named thereof. I don't know if you can see it. See if I can make it so it's visible. See that fog in there? See that grayish fog? Right, on this one here, clear. This one, foggy. Something inside this tube said Sio frickin' Nara. You can't see where it did it. It's permanent though, because whatever it did that caused it to fog up there, this thing is done. It's cooked. This thing hums like a mofo. So I've got one good KT77 that has only gotten like not even enough to discolor anything. Like I think I literally had like an hour, maybe 2 on these things. These came from Tube Depot. All right. So that's one bad set of tubes I've come across recently. This set is also a sad case. KT66s, these ones came from Amplified Parts, formerly Antique Electronic Supply. One of these is not like the other. When I first got them, they were fine, but one of these now is way different than the other. These two cannot be used as a pair any longer because one is so far off from the other that they're no longer the same. The thing that sucks is these two also only have a handful of hours on them. A little bit more than 2, maybe 2 or 3 hours, 4 or 5 hours. Not that many hours though. One of these tubes will go into red plating a hell of a lot sooner than the other. I think if I used them in a fixed bias amp, I could probably make them work to where they won't, where you can bias them the same if you had a dual bias system like this one has. But those were not cheap tubes. That was about $100 worth of tubes right there just for the KT66s, and I was very disappointed that they did not last very long. I put them in my Atlas, which is a cathode biased amp, biased them in there to, you know, about 90% thereabouts, which is perfectly fine for a cathode biased amp. It worked great for about 2 weeks, and after that, it just started making a buzz or a hum, and I was a little disappointed and bummed. I stuck a set of 6V6s in this thing, the hum went away, and the amp sounded great, loved it, whatever. I tried these in a different amp, just for shits and giggles, and I believe it was, well, you can't even see it now, but I have another amp that can run them, which is fixed bias, and I put them in there, and same story. It was just one would red plate well before the other one did. So I don't know. You got to be mindful of where you source these things from. It's nature of the beast. I don't know how or why they mismatch. They just do. I've got a pair of brand new 6V6s now. These were the ones I intended to use in my Atlas. These ones are still good. There's nothing wrong with them. They've got about, you know, a handful of hours on them, and nothing seems to be wrong with them. So why they are fine and the other ones are not, I couldn't begin to tell you. I think some of it has to do with how they do the matching process. So when they get the tube, sorry, I'm tired, by the way. My eyes are starting to burn. So when they do the matching process of these things, they take 2 tubes off the thing, and it's probably like in a batch, right? So they just go through and they stick these tubes in there, you know, and this one says, let's just get the KT66 and the 6L6, right? Because they're completely different tubes. But you can see this one says 3000. Maybe you can see that. 3600, excuse me. But then the other one says 4010, right? This one says current of 23 milliamps, and the other one says a current of 40 milliamps, right? And then they put like these ID numbers and this YD10 and BM102, whatever it might be, apex matching, right? So they just go through, and every time they stick a tube in there, it records this data, and then the sticker comes out, they stick it on that tube. They grab the next tube, they say what it is, stick it in there, sticker comes out, they stick it on that tube. And then later on down the line at the end of the day or whatever, somebody goes through and they go, okay, that one says 23, 36. Those are the closest two that we got. We're putting them in the box. All right, we put the stickers on them, put them in a box, and those are out the door. All right, makes sense? That's it. No more, no less. That's how they do it. But they do it at 250 volts. So they're not doing it at operating temperature, and they're only doing it for a few minutes. Now, they have this whole burn-in thing that you can pay an extra couple bucks for. Well, if they're burning them in at 250 volts, I can tell you right now, 99.99% of amps are not running at 250 volts. I hate to say it, most that are running that size of bottle in there are going to be 400 plus volts. Probably 400 to 500 volts right in there somewhere, right? Somewhere between 400 and 500 volts. So, I'm sorry, but 450 volts is not 250 volts. So even if you burn it in for 2 hours at 250 volts and then match them up again, are they going to be the same when you actually run them at full voltage? We don't know. I have found, for the most part, it is just wise to buy them matched anyway, because you know at least at one point in time they were matched. So when you put them in an amp and you run it at 450 volts, they should be pretty close, right? I mean, 250, 450, whatever, doesn't matter. They were the same here. They should be relatively close there. Now, how long they're going to last, that's up for debate. Nobody knows. It is the tube is a vacuum, so it's like a light bulb, if you will. There is a coating on the cathode and the plates, and there is a handmade aspect of those things. You know, the way all the little doodads interconnect with each other, they're handmade. So all those little things, you know, whatever it might be, they work for a little bit and then they fade away. They go this way or they go that way. Some can go higher up in value. I had one where I had a pair of JJs in the purple hazel amp that I did. There's a video on that in my members section. Zeppy will get to watch that later if he does. Thank you, Zeppy, by the way, for becoming a member. But in either case, I have two membership things, by the way, too. I have the $1 one and I have the $6 one. I put the $1 one out there in hopes that those that were on the $6 one would quit that one and then move over to the $1 one. The $6 one was kind of an internal joke that kind of worked better than I thought it would. Don't worry about why the $6 number was created. It was just a number created because of an internal joke. I never thought in my life that people would actually subscribe to it. But then all of a sudden people started subscribing to it. And I was like, well, I don't actually want people to do that. So I created the $1 one. So I'm just saying, if you're watching this now and you're one of my subscribers, cancel your subscription to the $6 one. And you're more than welcome to join me on the $1 one. Same content, probably the same frequency too. Yeah. Small variances, exactly, just like that, Sloth. Small variance over time, it starts compounding. I don't know. I don't have enough experience with tubes to say one way or the other. Where I was getting at with those Mollards is that I wasn't that impressed by them. They sounded different. They reacted different. I couldn't say that they were like, oh my God, this is exactly what my amp was missing. I need that in all of my amps. Can't say I need it. The JJs honestly do what they need to do. You're more than welcome to tube roll all you want. There's only 5 of the preamp tubes in here. I did rebias this thing, like I said, up to about 60, a solid 60%. Like I think before when I was doing it, it was set at 55, thereabouts, between 50 and 55%. It is now set at a solid 60%. You're more than welcome to run the bias up if you want, closer to 70%. It will do it. Might sound better, might not. I don't think you're going to gain anything from it. So I would advise, you know, based on how this amp is designed to work, I would say keep it at 60% high end, you know, 55% would be safe. And if you want to go colder, you can. I don't think it's going to gain you anything. I don't think there's anything to net out of it by going colder. 55 to 60%. That's what I'm saying this thing is going to do. All day, every day. Yay, go do it. So I'll play around with a little bit more with this thing. I'll run it through my Torpedo Captor X. I'll try to beat up on it or get in touch with Elams. Woo! Steven, welcome back, man. You caught it just before. I'm just about to wrap things up here. I was kind of already doing that, but now we are wrapping things up. But I cannot thank you guys enough. Offset has been here for the long haul. 5 hours, 43 minutes popping in and out. Riley even dropped out. The hell is the handsomest man in the village doing freaking dropping out of my stream? He saw everything he wanted to see is what it is. Sloth, you came in early. You missed the first hour or two, but here you are now. So, and there's a few of you too. But Offset, he's the winner today, man. Holy hell. Gosh, I think that's it for today. I can't thank you guys enough. I'm super stoked. I'm going to try to fix my faux pas on the back. I can't believe I did that. I definitely didn't want to do that, but I did somehow. Damn it. We are going to just get this thing beautified. We're going to dial in the effects loop a little bit. It seems like I might need to reduce the send level. I'll play with that a little bit more, but popping in and out still. Thank you, man. So thank you all so much for everything, even though I'm the one who did all the work. I'm teasing, but I can't thank you all enough. I am super excited for whoever's going to win this thing. I think you are going to be super excited. I'm going to play around with this a little bit more. I'm going to try to break it. I'm going to take it over to my friends tomorrow. We're going to do some more fun stuff with it. Maybe catch a couple snippets of videos for that we can use on some shorts. And yeah, we're going to ship this thing off here in the next few weeks. And yeah, so in the next couple days, I'm not going to do too many videos on this guy in the next couple days. I will do some videos on those other guitars because I think that's going to be more fun and cool and different. One of them is going to be really cool, fun, and different. But in the meantime, I hope you all have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. Thank you so much. We'll see you in the next one. Take care. Goodbye.